Welcome to the Safety Doc Podcast with author, radio host, and nationally recognized safety expert, Dr. David Perrodin. Join us each week as we discuss the best and most bizarre practices in safety preparation and crisis response. Follow Dr. Perrodin on Twitter at SafetyPhD. And remember, the truth will keep you safe.
Hey everyone, it is your good friend Dr. David Perrodin from down here in the historic and very chilly North Star recording studio. It is minus 11 out here right now, but the winds are picking up. 40 to 50 mile an hour gusts to be expected, and temperatures as far as wind chill 40 below zero. We are in for probably about 36 hours of really intense winds. The snow is done. About 11 inches of snow here. It's light, a little bit more than what they were thinking. So we're already getting into some whiteout conditions. So, hey, this shirt, by the way, Rooftop Life Rafts, this was given to me by Robert Travis. You might remember him as a guest on the show, Rooftop Life Raft. He was our friend who was the crab boater in my book of lost information. So he sent me this sweatshirt actually like 2 years ago. So I do wear it quite a bit in winter, but I haven't worn it on the show. So Rooftop Life Raft, here we go. Shout out there, Urban Life Saving Systems. They're based out of Texas. So yeah, but holy smokies. This is cold. It is, and it's dangerous to travel. So, shout out here to everyone. Shout out to Ron Wayne, the Kentucky Batman. A bat can fly in minus 75 degree wind chill and 50 mile an hour headwinds. So it's kind of a fact, obscure fact of nature. But bats very resilient in all kinds of weather. And there you are. It's Vanessa. Well, Samantha. Hey, well. Glad you're here. Mike McClune. Taco salad. Oh, man, that sounds awesome. Solitude Surfer. Sunflowers. Chrome Dome Omega. So, all right. And grilling and chilling with Mojo. So, glad you're all here on this blizzard condition night here for the Safety Doc in Wisconsin. Thankfully, I don't have any place I need to be other than right here in the North Star recording studios. So I noticed I didn't turn my studio lights on, but I guess we're just going to go with it tonight. So let's bring up a map here. You might recognize this as the United States. Whoa, can you see by the dawn's early light? Here we go. All right. Let's change this a little bit. Dun. Done. Okay. So this big glob here is where I'm at. So I am really like right about here in this blizzard area. So, and this has been working its way across the state. So as time passes here in the next probably, 5-6 hours, I would expect that this blizzard area will continue to push out. And the reason is we had much more snow than what they anticipated. So I was out twice with the snowblower as after the first snow overnight, and then the additional snow today. And I measured 11 inches, 8 inches the first time, 3 the second, and that's very light. So that is going to be flying around, and that's already on top of heavy snow that we got about a week ago. So this is snow that's going to be moving on top of snow. So we'll have a lot of drifts, a lot of whiteout conditions again. I'm right in this area. So snow pretty much is done. Now it is the winds. We were when I snowblowed about an hour ago, maybe 20-mile-an-hour winds sustained, and that will get closer to 40 and 50 miles through tomorrow. And the thing is, right, that even if so, this ends the warnings, everything ends 6 a.m. on Sunday morning or Saturday morning, excuse me, Saturday morning. But that there's still going to be 20-mile-an-hour winds on Saturday, and then the snow plows, are they going to be um, out and able to clear all this stuff off? Because I talked to my neighbor who does snowplow for the county. And he's like, we're down several people, like, so are you going to be able to, clear this off? Because I would think through Saturday it's going to continue just to drift over. The interstates will probably be pretty good, but the thing is, salt isn't going to work because the temperature is only going to be in single digits. So it's going to be really, really tough travels for anybody who's out there. Especially, boy, at night, that whiteout condition. It can be anytime, though, a whiteout condition. So whiteout is when your visibility, almost goes down to zero. If there's a vehicle in front of you, it's hard to see the taillights. So one vehicle stops, right? That's when you get these massive pileups because people don't know that's what they're driving into. So safe travels if you're out there, and hopefully you don't have to. You don't have to travel if you're, anywhere in this cluster right here. Yeah, that is intense. Holy smokes, that is intense. Yeah. So if you look at this, it says it was created at 12. I don't know if you see this. Let's pull this up. It says it was created on December 23rd at 1:15 UTC. What is UTC? What time is that? What time zone is that? UTC time zone. What is that? Yeah, what is it? I don't It's a universal time a universal time zone. Has anybody heard of this? Um, all right. So I guess this is accurate because right now it is Friday the 23rd at 2:09. Although as we talk, it's actually the 22nd at 8:09. So this was created in the future for everyone wondering. This map, weather.gov, was created in the future from a DeLorean to put this forecast together and then beam it back to us. This is kind of weird, isn't it? Yeah, it's kind of odd to have your weather a day in advance, but it's not a forecast. It says it was created. So I don't know what's going on here. We got to get the Kentucky Batman on the case. Vanessa, what is going on here? What in the world is going on? So, wow, it's intense. Grilling and chilling. Freezing rain tomorrow for us. Whoa, yeah, freezing rain is tough to deal with. Um, I don't know if I would rather have what we have than freezing rain, but yeah. So take care, buddy. So is that Ron Wayne? Holy smokes! Well, guys, I'm going to turn the light on here. So just to all right. Um, yeah, that's better. It was just I wasn't liking the camera kind of struggles if you don't have a little more light. And I didn't want a night where the camera is like, should I focus on you? Should I focus on the penguin? The books? What should I do? Help me out a little bit here. Put a little light on it. So I'm like, all right, we're almost up to Christmas. I'm going to help you out. So, um, yeah. So in this weather, I have heavy insulated polar mitts, not mittens, not fingers, like just mitts, and those are good. Long underwear, thermal underwear, of course. This is a really warm sweatshirt, and I feel fine. Wool socks, So when I was outside today, I was out for maybe 40 minutes at a time. I felt fine. The snowblower was backfiring a lot, and so I don't know what was going on. I have True Fill that I use, so normally that doesn't happen. I don't know if I had a bad can or what was going on, but that's, yeah, it's pretty unusual for that for that to happen. I'm like, come on, hang in there. It seemed like it was running a tad down on power today too. So I think it's just running through a less than ideal batch of fuel. So what should you do if you're traveling in this, right? What are some things that I do? I pack extra blankets. I bought the hand warmers, at the Hot Hands or Hot Arms, or not Hot Arms, I guess Hot Hand Warmers, right? The orange ones, which are pretty ubiquitous, right? I picked up a 10 pack at Walmart, which was like $10. In the past, like a 10 pack would have been like $3, but so it's just, it stays warm for 20 minutes, and it's just holding a bag of sand after that. But I put it in the car, or in the SUV, under where the spare tire is in the back. So in the storage space, there's some extra storage if you lift it up there. So and that's really right. If you ever need it, if you're anywhere or something happens and you're at the side of the road, take them and throw a couple in your pockets, or put a couple in your shoes, right? That's what they're there for. Use them up. So that was one thing. I also have the industrial military, not flares, glow sticks. So the ones that glow 24 hours, orange glow sticks, and throw a couple of those in. You're not going to get heat from it, and not like you're probably going to, maneuver your way around, but it is just a little more visibility. You want to put it in, lean it up in a back window, or something like that. But that's really for visibility. And yeah. So, and if you do have to go somewhere, I don't know if you would. Like, I can't think of a real scenario, but where you're out of the vehicle, it's visibility. So I've got that already on my kind of strobe light, type thing, in there. And I used to do a space blanket, and they were super cheap. They might still be super cheap, but I haven't done that because I never used one. I never had to use one. Actually, as a firefighter, they have you carry them as fire shelters for anytime you're doing wildland, and you would climb inside of it, and fire hopefully would pass over you, and it would reflect the heat. But so those are the things. Food, and bringing along water, but like water you're not storing in the vehicle. So hey, I need water, and here's a block of ice, right? But it's like, just when we go, bring a little bag that has some food. I like to bring like Hershey chocolates. They're not going to melt, right? But actually, there's the little candy bars that are wrapped in stuff, because anything would happen. It's quick. It's calories. Because you're thinking you're not going to be out there a long time, but it's comfort food, and it's also calories. And I brought my charger. So this is I have two of these. This is the smaller one. This is my Anchor charger. So it actually has a flashlight on it too. Well, I think it does. Well, maybe it doesn't there. They're like, Doc, don't be telling everyone there's a flashlight, because there isn't. Well, I thought there was. But so anyway, this will power up my phone, or anybody's phone. So keep you charged. And I think you can draw like 6 full charges off of that. So that's all charged up. I've got a bigger one too, but I didn't. Anywhere that we would go isn't going to be rural. So I didn't pack the bigger one. But yeah, so just taking the time to do all of that makes a difference. But as far as like a blanket, go for wool, go for the military surplus store, and pick up those, pretty pretty rough kind of wool blankets. Because again, you're just looking to stay warm, um, and you can just put that on a shelf somewhere, and if you're going, go and throw it in the vehicle. I always make sure too before you're out, check your windshield washer juice. Get the de-icing stuff in there, but keep that. Um, and this is another reason why I'll Rain-X the windshield as long as I can. So now it's too cold, right? But in October, even first week of November, we still at 70s. So hey, go out, throw an extra coat of Rain-X on the windshield because it does last, for maybe a month, 6, 8 weeks. So helps to get that ice off. But yeah, those are kind of the big things. Just I don't know if you have things, if you can put them down in the chat, things that I'm missing that if you need to be out. But I would say like right now, our plan was we're not going anywhere for the next at least 24 hours. It just doesn't make any sense to do that. There's nothing urgent we need. And even in town driving is a little dicey right now. So we're just holding tight here. The power was a little iffy here before, and it's back now. So our power is underground, but just it's the way it is. But we have not had a blizzard for probably, I'm thinking, 10 years. By the way, the house is cracking. Just it's probably the ice that's on the roof and stuff like that. Normal when it gets to be minus 11 plus the wind chill, it's normal. The house contracts, and but that is what's happening right now. It sounds like my house is falling apart. So if you see like something fall down in the back, let me know here. So one time I was in a college class. The microphone is wanting to be very close by me tonight. Just take it easy. When I had a college class, and so there was this heavy rain, right, for like most of the day, and I'm in this lecture hall, and in back of me, I can hear this, this water dripping, and I'm looking, and the tiles are bowed down. Water is seeping in on these tiles, and there's like this place is full. So there's like 120 people in this lecture hall, and a couple of people are picking up on it. Like ceiling tiles are they're like bowed down, and suddenly whoosh, like the people, probably like 3 rows of people in this area, just got a deluge of like ceiling tile material from the 90s and water. And I was like, it hit where I was. I got some of it splashed up, but I wasn't underneath like the main part of it. So that was memorable. So let's go over here to the chat. See what's happening. It's Benning Ballistics. Is it snowing by you? So our snow's done. You're asking Ron though. Kentucky Batman. So I could say something. I'm restraining myself. Use mittens if you can. Gauntlet mittens with wool liner gloves work well. I ordered these gloves, these mitts, which are supposedly rated for like minus 40, minus 50, maybe like 10, 12 years ago. And they've done really good. Never had a problem with them. The hands don't even feel cool. So 51 here. Ron Wayne, the Kentucky Batman, basking 51 degrees. Do you want to build a snow? Can't build a snowman. Snow's not sticking. Sunflowers to the dock. The library where I work closed early by 1 p.m. today. They will make a decision by 6 if they're open tomorrow. They will be closed tomorrow. So, yeah. Well, really, like anyone who closed early in this whole swath of stuff here, they'll close again. They won't open. Why? Because the winds are still going to stick around into Saturday. And the thing is, there aren't as many snowplow drivers as there was 3 years ago. And, um, you know, salt and sand doesn't really do much right now. It doesn't even pay to do that because it drifts over and then you got to plow it and then you're you're plowing a whole bunch of salt up into somebody's yard or sand and so yeah, sunflowers. I think you're in good shape. Hopefully, though, you've told your library a couple things here, and one is, hey, library, sunflowers, right? The Velocity of Information, which is an awesome book about the year 2000, including the 2022 blizzard. Well, if we're going by this map here, apparently, which predicts the future, right? But yeah, this is available in hard copy, ebook, paperback. So yeah, if you order it and you click the bat option on Amazon, a bat will fly it to you. It's what I've heard. I haven't confirmed it, but it ships out of the Kentucky warehouse. Not a drone, but a bat. Bat is much more reliable. Also, School of Errors, Rethinking School Safety America, the most honest book ever written about the $3 billion school safety industry. This book is all over the world. Both books are, but this book always surprises me when I'll be like, oh, it's like in this library in Sri Lanka or something to that effect. This book is also paperback, ebook, hard copy, and audiobook for $8.99 through tomorrow at Barnes & Noble. I have it on sale. Otherwise, it's $10.99. I narrated it in a sound studio that's 160 or 70 years old. It wasn't a sound studio all of those years. It was a bat factory. Well, actually, bats work there. And I don't know, the factory did something agricultural, but yeah, $8.99, and you can download the audiobook, 6 hours. So it's really, really, really good. Both books are great. So I got these over here. So dun 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 dun. Yeah, right. Mike McLuhan, raining in mid-30s here. Temp to drop overnight. Change over to snow. Temps to drop single digits. Yikes, Mike. Yikes. It's chilly there in Pennsylvania. Take care, buddy. Rain. It's coming. Blizzard on this side of the state. Yikes, spending. Whoa. It's supposed to be -1 in the morning. Well, that would be 10 degrees warmer than where I'm at right now, Ron Wayne. They call that the Kentucky summer. So, yeah. Look at our good friend Andrew. Andrew's saying, if only we paid more taxes, this cold weather wouldn't have happened. I guess, is that how it works? So, yeah. Holy smokes. It's coming a whiteout blizzard here. My husky is loving it. So, yeah, if you're inside, right, then it's one of those things you're like, oh, it's kind of cool to watch what's happening outside. It's just if you're not driving in it. So 420 amp power banks for the phones here. Good deal, Vanessa. Yeah, Anchor. So I like them. Sometimes I'll take one on a bike trek if I'm doing a long trek. I'll bring one of my chargers, with me. So, but sunflowers -2 degrees in the western suburbs. Feels like -21. Coordinated universal time is primary time by which the world regulates clocks and time. Holy smokes. It's good to know. I didn't know that existed. 51 years old. Nobody told me. People are like, hey, we got a meeting tomorrow. I'm like, what time? 4:30 UTC. Like, UTC? What is that? That's universal time. Come on, buddy. What are you doing? So, I don't know. I don't know what that is, universal time. So, time zone thing it's why I only work in 2 time zones, Central and Pacific. It's where you'll find me, Central and Pacific. That's it. So yeah, throws me off. So Rain-X your windshield, washer fluid 25. Good advice. Good advice. Keep your gas tank filled and definitely keep a blanket on the ride. Yep. Absolutely. Absolutely. And another thing, wash your headlights. So, they get salted up. So, take the little squeegee stick and, And, I once saw somebody try to wash their entire car with one of those. And I'm like, yeah, probably not the way I would go about it. But definitely if you're filling up with gas, take the squeegee stick out and do the headlights and probably the taillights, so people can see you. Um, so that's something I'll do. If not, get a really, because you don't want to like scratch that stuff. I'll get it, um, bring out some type of cleaner on that and cloth and just get that salt because right you want to have as much visibility as you can front end as far as like people seeing the taillights. So that's a good thing. I didn't do that until I was probably in my 20s, and I don't know who it was like said, oh, like every time you fill up with gas, like in winter, because in winter every car is white. In winter it's salt covered. Just take a second and do that. And all of the car wash places are closed because when it gets to -10, they shut those down. Because I'm guessing, they freeze, the entries and exits and things like that. So it's not safe to have people in there. So look at this Kentucky Batman, Mr. Freeze. Mr. Freeze is taking control 25% of the country so far. I do something with this. Cocoa is delicious. So yeah, you're not the heat miser. So what is it? We have the heat miser, and who's the cold dude? Heat miser and snow miser. Yeah, heat miser and snow miser. So the snow miser is winning right now. It is snowing in Southtown. Sunflowers to Mike McLuhan. I actually need to get gas, and the tire gauge light has been out for whoa. Sunflowers, make sure, because in winter, your air pressure in a cold weather climate is going to go down in your car because your air gets more condensed as it gets cooler. And in summer, the air pressure, typically goes up. So, yeah, definitely. So, Doc, send me the link. I'll show you a Kentucky blizzard. So, wow, you've got the Kentucky blizzard going on. So, I've kind of got things right now. So, with this show, I'm not bringing people in, and it has to do with the interface that I use for consulting. It screws things up when I go back on one of my clients' platforms. So I didn't really have it set up for that today. It's kind of a weird thing, but it tries to search for another stream when I go into their software. It's a little messed up, but if you want to send me a couple still pictures, I can bring those up, buddy. Andrew, it's going to be 3 degrees here in Nashville, Tennessee. It's music land there for Andrew. Guy plays the banjo. So, yes, it is Andrew. Very musical. It will be the coldest temps I've ever been in my life. Your past record was 9. All right. Well, there's not a big difference between 9 and 3. I think personally for me, once you hit like -30, there's a definite that just your face just kind of freezes in position, and like everywhere you walk just like squeak 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 outside, because like everything is just a wow. I don't know what that effect is called. It's called super cold squeaking shoe effect. But and that gets to you like that. But actually, like today, even when it was -10 and I was outside, it didn't feel, even the winds. I don't know. I think I'm just getting older, and I'm used to this somewhat. But take care, buddy. Dress warm, right? And coldest temps, 3 degrees there in Nashville. So what happens in Nashville? Do people, Andrew, like when you open up your closet, are you like, oh, like here's a light winter coat? Or I was kind of thinking about that. What happens? What do you have for a wardrobe if you live in like Tennessee or Kentucky? I mean, like, what do you have for cold weather? I guess because right, like I have, as you saw it in the thumbnail. I mean, that's an insulated, heavy jacket, and then I've got this on, and boots and wool socks, and so like I've got all of the stuff. But how do you pull it together if you don't have that? Are you layering? what are you doing there, buddy? So yeah, I had a friend who moved to Florida, and then he's telling me, yeah, like one of the things from a warm weather climate is, you hang on to your winter stuff, your coat and your boots, for like a year or two, and then after that you just get rid of it because it's just so seldom. And you can either just stay inside or kind of negate that by putting layers on, like, oh, you have 7 t-shirts and a flannel on or something like that. But um so the Kentucky Batman. So we're here in southern Wisconsin. The winds are picking up, gusting about 25 miles an hour, 13 degrees below zero. I don't know what that is. A wind chill. They're saying 30 to 40. Some places 50 degrees below. Wind chill is always one of those kind of quirky things. But the whiteout is happening now. We had, where I live, 11 inches of fluffy snow, and that's blowing all over. So again, when you're outside now, when I look outside, we throw the floods on the front or the back. The city road is 75 feet from my front yard. So I throw the floods on. I can't see the road. If someone is driving up, you'd see a glob of a headlight, right? But somebody got stuck on a road earlier tonight. So, because I live on top of a hill, and so cities coming through, they plow it. But the thing is, salt doesn't work, and you're not going to sand because the snow's blowing all over the place. So, an hour later, now you got a 4-foot drift across the road, which literally this happens. They used to do snow fences when I was a kid. These wood lath snow fences. They were all along the highways, stuff like that. They don't do that anymore. That would cut down the drifting somewhat. But yeah, it is. So what's happening now? The winds are picking up, and the whiteout conditions are picking up. So to drive would be very dangerous because you'd have especially with any type of speed, you'd have a hard time figuring out where you're at to relation to other people. And probably sometimes you'd be like, where am I as relation to the highway? Like that could be a problem. And whiteout is one of the things that is also really bad during the day. Just because it's daylight doesn't help you much with that. So that's a quirky thing. And now again, it depends how the counties go about treating the roads, because if they're trying to, load up on salt and you get some ice, you get some thawing, right? And that can ice right over again, because you've got this wind chill, it's minus 13, and the ice melt stuff doesn't work, although they keep putting it on. And they're not going to keep sanding this stuff, interstates and things like that. So it's really, I think, just kind of plowing and doing these v plows off the side, or this extra plow, this wing plow to plow the shoulder area. And just, but you're gonna have snow coming across the road and big winds. I don't think you can drive a semi in this, like on the interstate and stuff like that. It's too wide open, right? And there's just too much wind that's going to hit you. I mean, if you're in a city and stuff like that, you got enough wind breaks to maybe do this. But I can't imagine that. I'm pretty sure like there'll be a lot of pictures tomorrow around here of semis, just vehicles in the ditch. But the wind is anything that's high profile be really dangerous. So let's check over here. So by the way, so all right. Dun, dun, dun. By the way, so Sunflowers is saying how much snow is accumulated here from this snowstorm from yesterday to now, about 11 inches of light snow. We had about 10 inches of heavy snow a week ago. So that's already down. So now this is snow on top of that, which makes this blow around, because if we didn't have snow, some of this stuff might stick to the ground and trees a little bit, but they're already snow covered. There's quite a bit of snow. Like my deer, my decorative deer, the snow is about 3/8 up on those. So, and they kind of cause a little drift action, but that's pretty high. It's usually like as high as it probably gets for the year. So, Hey, I want to give props and a shout out to all of you. So as of this morning, this show was within 4 there's $14 of hitting the threshold for the channel to receive a payout at the end of December, so that I would get a payout from YouTube for the advertising, which includes all of you, right? Watching the ads with the different shows. We have showed 200 bystander effect. Andrew, thanks for giving me that idea. I got the blog post all done. That I learned quite a bit actually. I made some assumptions that were wrong on that based upon what the research is. So that's going to be fascinating. So that's Monday night. That'll be show 200, the official 200 every show in video and audio and blog post. But yes, your generosity with the super stickers, with the super chats, we are within $14 in the next 9 days. We are within $14 of this channel actually getting a payout at the end of December. So when I meet with my accountant, Jean, she'll say, Dave, what is this revenue here from YouTube? Are you a YouTuber, Dave? I'll say, Jean, guess what? I am. The Safety Doc channel made it. By golly, the channel's monetized, and there's ad revenue, and there's super stickers and chats and supporters, and it's a good thing. Where does that go on my taxes? And she's like, that's a line. That's a schedule SC for super cool here. The government gives you a bonus for that. Hey, check the pages, it's free. Everything is now. You guys, you're in a special lottery here. It's appreciated here, but it's really cool. It's really cool. So I'm like, wow. After all of those, the shows and building up the watch hours, and all of you coming in and getting over 1,000 subscribers, we did that journey. And now I'm like, holy smokes. Every ad you watch for a belt or a 75 year pack of survival food, right, or a flashlight that can shine 8 miles, that helps the show. And so some of the ads are pretty cool. I think those I get ads quite a bit for Grip 6 socks. I don't know if anyone's bought those. They're a wool sock, but actually I like the ads. And so I've gotten a little interested in the sock. But when I go to their website, some of the stuff was sold out that I was looking at. I found that a lot. I ordered 3 pairs of heavy wool, smart wool socks from this place in Connecticut. This, like outdoor place. There's like 2 stores. And I called and I said, hey, do you have these in stock? We got them. There's like the pair. So then I ordered them. And the next day they sent me an email say, oh, sorry, like we sold them. I'm like, yeah, but me ordering them was the reason like they would come to me and not to somebody else. So they're kind of hard to find, and they're going to like a newer model, and the reviews aren't as good. So anyway, that kind of sucked. I had the transaction and everything went through the payment, and then they're like, we'll refund your thing. We sold them. I'm like, who'd you sell them to? There's some guy with a bat. I'm like, well, let's talk about this a little bit more. A guy with a bat, or like a bat logo, or he was riding in a sleigh with bats, or a sleigh with bats. He landed outside. Outside? No, he landed on the roof. Then he got off. I'm like, well, get the damn story right. What happened here? And they're like, yeah. And the status sleigh, license plate, Kentucky. I'm like, I know that guy. He deserves his socks. We're all good. So, wow. I work alone, the Kentucky Batman. The winds were calm most of the day near Appleton. Hey, thanks. Please subscribe. But they're definitely picking up now. Yeah, I'm north of Madison by about 40 minutes and progressively picking up. And the thing is, like, I'm a little concerned too, because my spruce in the back, my evergreens, I got the snow off of after the big snow a week ago. But my spruce, man, I worked on those somewhat, but they're snow covered again. So, these winds, I think, are going to take down a lot of branches, because a lot of trees still have heavy snow on them from a week ago. it snowed. It was like 34 degrees of snow, and then it dropped to like 20, and we haven't got warmer than that. Now it's like, minus 13. So, um, yeah, thankfully, like we don't have any trees left around us. If they were, within distance of like hurting our house if they fell. Um, but yeah, I think there's going to be a lot of trees, a lot, not a lot of trees, maybe a lot of tree limbs coming down because they're going to be really brittle right now. And there's a lot of weight on them, and 50-mile-an-hour winds. It's Celine. Celine, welcome. So I haven't seen you here before. Please subscribe. Look at it is Celine. So look at this. Open mic. Oh, not open mic, but we got a lot of new people here. We got our good friend Billy who's back. A 1,850-yard range in the middle of America. Look at this. It's our good friend Billy. So she's too busy running to my channel. I believe it. Ron Wayne, our Burrows in the house. Doc, I have to do unlisted video. Can you play it? I don't know. I don't know. And buddy, I'm getting bandwidth kind of alerts. We're running kind of really sketchy right now because like I said, we've got the power was out here before. And we're in the blizzard area, so I'm going to have to kind of just check this. I'm actually running this at a little lower res too off of my camera right now. So and I can also tell my phone's not working. So that's always, there's three parts from Spectrum. It's the internet, it's the phone, and the TV, and the phone's still not working. So I know we don't have full juice. So sunflowers. Do the Chicago Bears schedule pay bills at Soldier Field right now? The game is scheduled. I'm sure it will go on because it won't be a snow event. It'll just be really, really cold at Soldier Field. But yeah, you're not going to be getting any snow coming off of Lake Michigan. So, and both of those teams are cold weather teams. The Bills had that game canceled a couple of weeks ago because of 5-6 weeks of snow, or 5-6 feet of snow. So if you hold the game, people aren't going to be able to show up, and it's not going to be safe traveling in that area. So be a real liability, but that'll be a cold one. Yeah. But I remember the fog game between Philadelphia and the Bears back in the 80s at Soldier Field. And that's something to check out on YouTube. Like there was so much fog, and the Packers also played a Halloween game with Brett Favre at Soldier Field, and there was a lot of fog to the point where, when you're up showing the field, it's just fog. They have cameras on the sidelines. So yeah, so here we go. Whisker, I-41 and I-41 in Outagamie County are under no toll orders. Go in the ditch there, and your car will be stuck till the storm moves on. That's good to know. I know those areas. I've driven those areas, and I can fully envision. So that's more. Let's bring up our map here. That's more in this part of the state. I don't need this to be. I can get this bigger. Right. So what Whisker's saying, that's more kind of in this area right over here. So is saying Outagamie County that there are no tow orders. So if you go in the ditch, you're going to be stuck till the storm moves on. So that's right here, right about here. So again, I am Blizzard hanging out, Blizzard over here. But he's talking about over here. So yeah, this is getting, I don't know what the hell purple is. What is this? Here's red is Blizzard. What is purple? That's purple. You're like, Dave, that's Lake Superior, for God's sakes. No, I got that. What is purple? a brisk, what? Let's check this out. Let's go back to, look at this color code. Look at this. Somebody was busy. This is ridiculous. I mean, look at this. So this is an ice storm warning, but this shade of purple is a hard freeze warning. And then look at this. Guys, look at this. I wish I could draw on this. Small craft advisory, brisk wind advisory, hazardous seas warning. Is it warning? Is the same color, isn't it? Isn't that the same color? So rip current and beach hazard. Okay, same. This is the same. I don't know, but this is high wind, ice storm, blizzard. I mean, ice storm. Oh, so they're under an ice storm. No, that's not it. That's purple. What is that? Let's try to match it down here. Winter weather advisory. Okay. Oh, okay. So, yeah, I don't know. That's kind of weird. I don't know why would you have this little area here that's not kind of affected? I don't get that. Usually you get pounded up here with lake effect snow off of Superior this time of year. They are right here in Superior Duluth at Canal Park. They're getting incredible waves right now. Like this happened like 8 or 10 years ago. These massive waves come in off the lake and then they smash into the barriers there and in Canal Park. And they don't let you down there because it comes right over the big concrete walls. But it's something to see. They have, people will stand back and film it, and then they have some live cameras down there. But that gets wild, and that's happening right now. And it brings up these big chunks of ice from Lake Superior that'll just wipe anything out. Park benches, and other stuff is just gone. Buildings down there just take a beating from that. So, wow. Well, let's get out of there. So, everybody, thank you for your support of the show with super chats, with super stickers, and with super bats, and also watching the ads. So, I do appreciate it. So, Outagamie County. There's this thing called Wisconsin 511. Let's see what that's pulling up. Wisconsin Roads 511 is showing you the condition of the roads. Let's see. All right. So okay. So this is Wisconsin 511. This just isn't accurate. I mean, here you can see accidents, right? So that's a disabled vehicle. Here's a car crash on the ramp, shoulders blocked. The roads aren't this good. And I was on Scanner app and it's not nearly this good. So, I mean, look at this. Oh yeah, it's fine. Oh my God, this is instant closure. Holy smokes, because of a crash. So yeah, the county E cam down here, but I don't know what kind of delay is this. UT time? Was this filmed 3 days from now and shot back to us? But yeah, this thing is a little more forensic than realistic. So, yeah. I mean, it's like, oh, yeah, everything's good here at Minneapolis, St. Paul. It's looking good. Oh, I know that's not right. So I guess if you're going out, like, right, figure out where you're getting reliable information, because I know, just as Whisker, where'd you find that out with Outagamie County? Because Wisconsin 511, that's not what they're thinking. So let me bring that map back over here. So that's what he's talking about, is right in this area, and so interesting, right? What in the world? There's a little blip going on, but yeah. Interesting, folks. Interesting. Something happened there with Kakana. 41 is running down here. 141 right there. So 141 to 41. So 41 and 41, anybody? It's 82. So I don't. So Wisconsin 511's a little out of it today. I mean, there was like almost nothing. Like, that was a typical day. Like they're like, hey, that person, called in sick that was supposed to be running the 511 thing today. Is that like, is there someone that fills in from? They're like, nope. It's so we're just kind of running it on replay. So a lot of frozen pellets coming down. Reception is mediocre. Yeah, I'm still getting the mixed bars here for the show. It'll be interesting on replay to see how the quality is on this. Sunflowers, I sent you something for Christmas on Instagram. So I promise not to show it. So, there's going to be something I can't show, but I'm just curious here. So dun, 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 dun. I've got a lot of people who've started following me that I don't know. So got to make a call here. Do I follow this person or not? So yeah, make their day. Very cool. All right. I will thank you very, very much. Sunflowers, I'll check that out. Here we go. So who ticked off Jack Frost? I don't know. But this is good. A good thing out of this as far as Beatles and things like, not the Beatles. It's Ron Wayne's birthday. It's also Mike McLuhan's birthday. No, not those guys, but bugs, wood ticks and things like that knocks the population down when you get this 10 below weather type stuff. So you could definitely tell the next year. So Mike McLuhan is saying, has anyone heard about Franco Harris? Yeah, I did. And I remember watching Franco Harris when I was growing up. And the Immaculate Reception, right? Franco Harris. I'll always remember him as a Steeler, right? Didn't he played for the Dolphins for a little while too? I could be wrong on that, but I know he didn't play his entire career with the Steelers. But yeah, and you look and you're like 72, but then I'm like, that's just 21 years older than I am. Like, what in the world here? So, but yeah, that Steelers team. My friend Rick had when we were in elementary school, and Bradshaw was the quarterback of the Steelers, and the Steelers were this perpetual Super Bowl team. He had a Steelers jacket, one of those satin type jackets, and man, that was awesome. Pittsburgh Steelers. They only have the logo on one side of the helmet. The reason they did that was to save money. That's a fact. I'm not making that up. Years ago. So they just continue it now for tradition. I read an article from one of the local stations. The local roads weren't too bad around 6 hours ago, but this wind will change things for sure. Yep. And where I'm at here, Whiskier is, I'm 40 minutes north of Madison. We had 11 inches of snow over the last 24 hours. And I measured it. So when I go out and I blow snow out of the driveway and stuff, I go to different places with a tape measure and take measurements. And that wasn't drifting at that point, just snow. So the first was 8, and then I went out and cleaned a few hours ago, and that was 3 inches. And by that time it had stopped. So that's 11 inches that'll be blowing around everywhere. It's already accumulating now with the winds picking up. So if you could just imagine like being inside of a giant, crazily shaken snow globe, and those winds are going to just be wicked when you're driving. And you can't count on the roads because the salt doesn't work on the roads when it's this cold. It doesn't pay to sand them and stuff like that because you're just going to be plowing this stuff up. It's dynamite. It'd be dynamite. A super chat. Dynamite. So if you haven't followed the show, please do so. Super chat though. We're within $14, folks. We are within $14 of this show, this channel, getting a payout from YouTube at the end of December. And my tax person, Gene, would be pretty impressed by that. She'd be like, Dave, that is awesome for you and your channel. Proud to be doing your taxes. So We're within $14. Thank you for watching the ads, engaging with the advertisers, the super chats, the super stickers. You guys are awesome. $14, guys. We're $14 away. That penguin right there is excited as heck. So is Elf. They're very happy. So $14 away. Now Dynamite is getting a little obnoxious. I don't know if you guys have caught that, but I guess it's one thing to post one time, buddy, but you don't have to post the same thing over and over and over and over again. So I started buffering and now I am good. So, all right, I'm going to see if I can find that video here from Bending Ballistics. So let me see here. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah. By the way, that the hat I'm wearing, not the hat, but the yellow kind of, I don't know, head, I don't know, what do you call it? It's baklava, really? Why can't I get to that email account? So all right, this is a Kentucky weather report here from Bending Ballistics. I can't bring audio in on this, but I can show you it. Again, I'm not set up here to bring in audio. I didn't do, but this is Bending Ballistics giving us the update there from Kentucky. I believe Kentucky. Yep, walking around. Probably the Kentucky Batman's going to be flying out, but so we got some cold weather. This just came in over the feed from my good friend Bending Ballistics. So there's no audio, but imagine he's probably doing Singing in the Rain. I'm singing in the rain. What a wonderful day. It's snowing. He's like, oh my God, is that my car? I just parked it on the lawn. And it's a very narrow sidewalk, my friend. You're like, it's code 21 inches. I'm like, not 20. That's not. Sidewalk's got to be. Holy smokes. It's the police. Now it's a chase. It's Bending Ballistics is in a chase here in sandals. The cops are going after him. Man, that turned out wild, folks. Just wild. Just wild. Kentucky Weather Report live in Kentucky. Thank you so much, Bending Ballistics, for sending that. Holy smokes, man. Wow. I don't know about the police. It got really crazy there. But hopefully you're okay. Hopefully things are all right for you. So with those sandals, you're probably good. So and this right here, so yeah. So that Carhartt, I'm sure there's a name for it, baklava, which probably isn't the name for it, but I got that up at a sporting goods place in Superior. It was on sale. So I bought that in summer, like June, 5 years ago, and it was probably like $5, and it was new, right? So, and it's nice, but I wanted to get something that was high vis. I have a different one that I typically wear, that's not quite as heavy as that. But I'm like, when I'm out there, because the end of my driveway, like it's the city road, but I'm on a hill. So like when the plows come around, if they're, kind of flying in their snow, like, you want to be as visible as possible. So I have my reflective vest, just zip on over the coat, and I threw that on, and then I got this kind of spotlights up above. But anyway, my oldest daughter, when I got that, she's like, "You look like a lemon, Dad. I'm going to call you Lemonhead." So then today again, she's like, "You got your lemon head thing on." I'm like, and I'm like, "You've never been out there shoveling." So yeah, it's just me. My youngest daughter was out with her friends for a while on the snow tubes. But the fun of that only lasts so long when it's minus 15 wind chill. It's there for a while, and then And then here's a story. So they come inside and I've got a fire going, because I heat the house with wood. And then I have some folding chairs up in that room in a corner in this time of year, because if the kids are outside, they come inside, we put the folding chairs up and then I put their clothes over it. So everything dries out. And so her friends were over, and so they were putting the jackets and the snow pants and boots. So I like put everything out. And then one of her friends couldn't find her hat. And then she was pretty upset about it. And she's, I'm missing a gray hat and stuff. Like, well, and then they're like, did you move it? Do you have anything else? I'm like, everything that you have is right here. There's no secondary place that I take clothes to warm them. Is it in the front room? Is it out by I'm like, I would have it is you lost it, right? It probably you took it off or something on the hill, or you're carrying it back and there's a snow hill in the back of our property and it's snowing and it's windy now. So I'm like, your chances of finding that. I gave him a flashlight, like one of my high powered LED flashlights. And I'm like, go out and look for it. Like, and they were out for like 3 minutes and they came back in. So I'm like, it is a hat. I mean, it is what it is, it's probably just, but I'm like, yeah, they're kind of like, hey, did you do anything with the hat? I'm like, no, don't you see that I put the chairs up? I've been stoking the burner. All your stuff is going to be nice and toasty for you to wear when you leave here. It's going to be all dry, your stuff, and the gloves will be nice and toasty to put on. And I'm like, what in the world? I didn't take a hat. No, we're sure that we put it out here. I'm like, well, then it's a ghost. I don't know. What is it? I don't know what happened. I'm just like, the accusations were flying. You took the hat. I'm like, I did not. So, oh my goodness. Yeah. So I get it. Like, but also I was, when I said, here's this light, go out and like, look, well, I'm like, I wasn't out there with you. I don't know where the thing is. So you guys were the ones out there. And again, it was like a 3-minute search and then their back couldn't find it. I'm like, well, I don't know what to tell you at this point. So, but so you probably see tomorrow in the news, doc accused of taking hat, or kid's hat. I'm like, I did not. That was me. Hey, subscribe and thumbs up. We do have 1,258 subscribers to the show. We do have 15 thumbs up so far today. But yeah, and comment. Hey, I've been loving the comments. You guys have been doing a great job with, comments for the shows. That helps the algorithm. Plus, I love your comments. I write back to you guys, right? So yeah, do that. Do the comments, and yeah, it's all good. So, where I come from, this is Arvuro. The average winter weather is minus 25 to 40. And so and I do think you get used to it. Like, again, I mean, that's pretty extreme, right? But growing up in Wisconsin my entire life, and most, not most of my life, but half my life in northern Wisconsin, you get used to that type of weather. Like, this is big, but this isn't anywhere in the top 10 of blizzards. Like when I grew up, it's nowhere near that in northern part of the state. So, but you do, yeah. Like, one thing I noticed today, I actually noticed this, is I'm like, I don't feel that cold, even though, minus 13 and, 25 mile-an-hour winds. And it was a real pain because, like, with the snow blowing, it's pretty useless at that point because the wind picks up the snow as soon as it comes out the chute because it's so light. So even, trying to shoot the stuff, if you aim it higher, then it gets more of a flank and the wind just throws it everywhere. So you got to aim it a little bit lower, but then, the snow piles are starting to get a little higher. So it's a whole bunch of geometry involved in this stuff. But then you start to think, like, what am I going to do here? Like, my game plan is, I'll just do the best I can, but then at the end of the driveway, I'm going to keep that cleared out when the snowplow goes through. I'll just like keep clearing that out, and then the drifts that form. But otherwise, yeah, you kind of pick your battles. So, but there is a point when snow blowing during a blizzard is just completely pointless. If you have a plow, I guess it's one thing, but a snow blower, because again, the wind just takes it and throws it, redistributes right over. It's pretty crazy to see. I thought about filming it today, but yeah, that's too windy. Like my tripod and stuff. This is the phone, I couldn't have that like tip over, and I didn't know how good that would be for the phone either. To be like just exposed to, you know, 50 degree below zero wind chill. So I'm like, oh, I got a live stream and the phone's destroyed. So that sucks. Wow. So it's our good friend Barnaby Sanchez. Barnaby, please give a thumbs up. And you know what, Barnaby Sanchez, you can support the show in a different way also. Ads, super chat, super stickers. We're $14 away, believe it or not, from this show. Receiving a payout. And my tax accountant, Gene, being like, hey, what is this on your taxes here? I'll be like, it's from YouTube. The show was monetized. We did it. So, wow. Let's see. Okay. Looks like we're getting a little spicy over there. I forgot to buy a bag of Doritos. So, in my whole prep here for the storm, a family-sized bag of Doritos should have been on the list. They were in stock. Well, they're expensive, but right, I didn't buy one, which really sucks. It's a bad move. So there's, I think there's a thing too during storms and that you just want calories because like if I'm out snow blowing and things like that, I'm burning calories. So, some Doritos and stuff. Yeah, that's not bad. But you want to be doing the calories. I shouldn't say that. They're like, what? Doctors just tell people to eat Doritos. Can't you see the show's sponsored by the Doritos company, right? But yeah. What's your go-to Christmas movie, Doc? National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation. I watched it, Ron Wayne, when it came out. Picked up my friends in my Plymouth Duster, and it was what, I don't know, December, right? It came out whenever it did in 92 or 3 or 4. And my car was rear-wheel drive, man. So it was really, really, but I'm young back then and everyone, we're all just guys and like, it's just the way it was, get used to it. Car just moved around a lot in winter. But yeah, I definitely, I still, loved it in the theater. Still love it. So I would say that I like the Polar Express. And part of it is I just kind of like the early attempt at CGI I know some people are like, it's kind of a creepy thing and stuff like that, but I do like the Polar Express. More of and I remember when I took my kids, to it in the theater. So there's memories with it. Elf is kind of growing on me. And I like, so Elf, the hell else? Well, the classic with the heat miser and that movie came out the year I was born, but God, what other movie? Elf, jeez, I don't know, no idea. Wonderful Life, like one time a year. We've watched it already for this year, but oh yeah, the Ralphie, yeah, Christmas Story, 24 Hours of a Christmas Story. Yeah, that's cool. Like at Christmas, like I'll watch it. I'm kind of surprised they don't do Jim Carrey the Grinch. Like I haven't seen that yet this year. So I don't know if there's what the rights are to that movie, how much they have to pay, because like, National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation seems like that's on every night. And then Home Alone, is kind of fun. Home Alone 1, not really a fan of the Home Alone 2, but yeah, Home Alone. But The Grinch, I thought Jim Carrey was great in that movie. So, but yeah, we haven't. I don't know, unless they're Grinching it up by you. It's not really been on our TV. I think I've got the DVD of the of the Grinch, the heat miser, cold miser animation. Yeah. Um, and we still watch that as a family, and it was on just a couple days ago. I'm Mr. Heat Miser. Da, 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 da. I'm the Kentucky Batman. I'm Mr. Ten Below. All right. Heat Miser song. Now I can't get a hit on this, guys. So, Year Without Santa, 74. No, I was born before that. So, yeah, it's trying to give me an ad. Darn ads on YouTube. Wait a second. That's how you make money. Like not much money, right? The channel, but I do support. I appreciate all you guys. So this is the heat miser. Let's do this. There's the heat miser. Dun 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 dun. Now again, we can't take a hit on this. Here's Mrs. Claus. So this was, remember Jingle and Jangle? What the hell were those guys all about? Like just bad ideas. Not a lot of common sense there with Jingle and Jangle. Right over here. You know, you're like, guys, get it together. Yeah, kind of a bunch of oafs, those guys. Mrs. Claus, she's angry. There's a kid whose parents just are like, go along with Mrs. Claus on a reindeer and Jingle and Jangle, and everything will be good. By the way, the Jingle and Jangle are standing a foot away from lava. These guys have no like proprioceptive skills. They're not picking up on the heat over here. They're not, they're pretty out of it, pretty stoned. And this kid's like, wow, but he hasn't really thought through this thing, right? Like he's like, yeah, put a lot of faith that this is going to actually work out for me. So anyway, they're here, and the whole premise, if you haven't seen this, it's this I don't know, claymation type thing, is before they had CGI. So there's a cool factor to it. So they're trying to get the heat miser to allow it to snow in Southtown, which he controls. And so Mrs. Claus is trying to broker this deal. And Mr. Claus, right? Santa Claus is trying, he's saying, I want a year off. Like, I'm pretty worn out. I've been doing this a long time. And anyway, he said, yeah, people are not really into it anyway. And instead of letting him have a year off, they kind of drag him back into this thing. And they're going to prove to him that, everybody is really sad. And so anyway, if you watch that movie, though, it's Santa who doesn't really get a lot of respect, because he's just like, listen, it's a lot of work to deliver this stuff. I know there's a Kentucky Batman, and I appreciate that. Maybe we should partner, and I should just turn it over to the Kentucky Batman. But he makes a very reasonable argument at the beginning of this show here, The Year Without Santa. He's just like, I need a year off. I am 145 years old. This is a lot of work. And the guy looks horrible. Like he's really, he's in bed, and the doctor's over there. He's kind of out of shape, and he's just aged. He's just like, he's worn down. The fine sand of time has worn down Santa. And he's just asking for a year off. He's not going to quit. And they never let him get out. So but Ron Wayne is saying, I don't get this, because he's got 364 days off. Yeah, needs a vacation. So that's the logic they were pulling on Santa right here. So there's the heat miser. So this guy could use a better wardrobe. So you're the heat miser. He's like, yes, but I can only afford a half sweatshirt. Why are you wearing sleeves, by the way? You're the heat miser. Like, this guy should have a tank top. So this is a little, like the hair, that's all good. But dude, there's no need for long sleeves. Here he is. Look at this. So it's 100 degrees. That's a pretty poorly made thermometer. Also, this isn't level. It's like a piece of wood with this is longer over here. These numbers are drawn on. I mean, if you really start to analyze this, heat miser's place here isn't it's not well maintained. It's not a real crisp operation he's got going on here. So anyway, she's groveling with him. He's angry. And then he's like, ah. And at the end, there's Jingle and Jangle. They have no idea what's going on. This is moving too fast for them. But let's go to the Snow Miser. So we just got the Heat Miser. Snow Miser is pretty cool, dude. Heat Miser is, okay, grumpy, but want to hang around him. But so let's go over here to this. I got to get through the ads. Dun, 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 dun. All right, here. So this is the Snow Miser from the 1974 movie Year Without Santa. So he only likes it when it's cold, right? So there's a Snow Miser, pretty good dude. He's doing a dance. So I don't know what he's got going on here. So, dude, take care of yourself. You're not well. He doesn't look very stable. Also, if you really talk about this right, this guy's it's pretty rough here for him. So, I guess he's. I'm not sure. Like a straw hat, works for you here. When you're the Snow Miser, but I guess everything's okay. So Jingle and Jangle are coming up with some. He's like, you guys, holy smokes, you're still working at the North Pole? They haven't fired you yet? That's what he's thinking right now. So he's like, let me kind of just get a grip on this. I thought you guys would be gone. You did what? You went down with the reindeer and you didn't have approval. And anyway, he's like, what's the deal here? So he's like, look at this. So he buys it from the same manufacturer, right? Dude's handwriting the numbers on the thermometer. So interesting. I don't know. Not mass produced. So now he's kind of just dancing around. Little Heat Miser people dancing around. Yeah, if you do some stills here, this takes on kind of I don't know. Where's Mrs. Claus? Where's she in this? So there she is. So look at this dude here. He's baked. Both these guys are baked. His clock here, his watch. This kid's like, okay, I saw the Heat Miser. Now the Snow Miser. Mrs. Claus is like, okay, maybe get a deal here. We'll see what's going on. So, yeah. This kid's like, you know what? If I would have known I was going to see Heat Miser and Snow Miser, I wouldn't have worn the shirt that has these ridiculously two big buttons on it. I wouldn't have done that. So he's like, you always got to dress like today's your day. Yeah, and when I woke up, should have gone for a different choice here. So, holy smokes. Bending ballistics. So there's a wild husky on the loose at the Bending House. So, wow. Nosicles, yeah, with that. That was some interesting animation. It's a good movie, at the end, Santa decides he's gonna do the snow, or get out in the snow and do delivery of presents, but yeah, I don't know. It's always a favorite. It's always a favorite. Like that was on when Charlie Brown Christmas. I haven't seen that either. See, again, something that seemed like it was on all the time. Like I haven't seen it for a long time. So 2 shorts uploaded to my channel. It's Bending Ballistics. So, all right. So everybody, thank you for your support of the show, for your advertising, supporting the advertisers, for super chat, super stickers. Yeah, we are within $14 of the show hitting the threshold for payout for December, creating a taxable event for my taxes, which is actually going to be pretty cool, to have the first monetization payment from the channel. So I think it's just good to show the growth of the channel, the message, and we've got great content, great thinkers here. So Appreciate that. So, all right. So we're a little spicy over here in the chat. Look, it's Barnaby Jones. Scrooge. Yeah, so yeah. You like the one with Bill Murray. I don't remember the name of the Christmas movie. Yeah. Wasn't it Scrooged with Bill Murray? I thought it was. So yeah, Scrooge. The thing with Christmas Vacation now. So is I can just see here. Christmas Vacation Eddie. So yep. So here's Christmas Vacation, right? We don't want to get any hits on here. So let's go through here. And so right there's Uncle Eddie. There's somebody who did this for Christmas. They themed out their house and the police went there. I read this today. The police went there because they thought it was a real person in a robe in front of a house and they were having some kind of event, right? Or problems, a breakdown or whatever. And there was a welfare check. So right here, Eddie is emptying the sewer. They're emptying out his right there, his RV into the storm sewer. So, but yes, there's cousin Eddie. So let me see if I can find that article. But anyway, I can kind of see my family playing different parts in real life of this. So let's do this. Police. Check out National Lampoon Christmas Eddie. And I'll try this right here. Didn't take long at all. Okay, check this out. I think this is hilarious. Police are called. This is WRAL News from Kentucky. Police called on cousin Eddie Christmas decoration in Kentucky Yard. Ron Benning Ballistics in Kentucky Yard. All right. A dispatcher described the scene to responding officers as a male standing outside. He's naked. He has a robe covering part of his body. He is exposing himself and he has a hose between his legs. This is the quote. So there it is. Wow. And I think there's another shot. Let's go through this. So I'm not going to lie. That looks a lot like Ron Wayne. So, wow. Here we go. This is true. So this today's news. There it is. There's the chair with the cat underneath when the cat was chewing on the electrical cord. There's the saucer that they burned through with the non-nutritive varnish that they sprayed on it. So right here, this is in front of Ron Wayne's house right here. So let's check out. Oh my goodness. There's Ron's truck. It's SUV. There it is. Holy smokes, guys. Check this out. That's the cat. Wow. That is some amazing stuff. Dun, 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 dun. So let's read the article here. Officers arrived at a Shepherdsville home to find a mannequin in the yard that looked like Cousin Eddie from National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation. It was decorated with a robe, a hat, a cigar, and a beer, and was holding what appeared to be an orange hose. WDRB TV reported. Homeowner Joni Keeney said she decided to put up the display from her favorite Christmas movie to have some fun. Everybody has a Cousin Eddie in her family. Everybody. Keeney said, I just want people to have a good Christmas and get a laugh. Responding officers did get a laugh and took some photos of the display. Never a dull moment, Shepherdsville Police Chief Rick McCubbin said. So, man. Ron Wayne. Ron Wayne. All right. Just trying to do a commercial here. Let's get through this. Let's get through this. Okay. I want to. Okay. Um, yeah, it's not really letting me bring that over. So, anyway, I thought that's pretty cool. So, would you do anything like that? You know, Cousin Eddie? I guess if he had a homeowners association, the answer is no. But I wouldn't have the talent to do that. It's pretty cool. Surprised no one tried to take it, but it's pretty cool. So let's take a look here. Benning Ballistics still has a couple shorts over there on the channel. So let me do an update here. Right, still minus 13. What are we at for wind? 22 miles an hour sustained right now. So pick it up. It's going to be 40 to 50 miles an hour sustained. And this will continue through 6 a.m. Saturday. So tomorrow's going to be crazy. Tomorrow's going to be nutso. Because like those derechos that hit like Iowa, and it's like just a crazy like hurricane type winds. I mean, 50 miles an hour is a hurricane, but for the whiteout condition stuff, and also because a lot of the trees are very stressed here. They already have a big load of wet snow that came down a week ago. Then it froze onto them, a lot of limbs down. So I think we're going to see even more of that happening. But basically, when you go outside, it's just going to be white, right? It's like you're being a snow globe, and the roads will be very slick. You're not going to have visibility. Salt's not going to work. Sand's not going to work. So, it's just hopefully get through that day or two, and then they move. There'll be big drifts in certain places, probably several feet, but outside of that, what they used to do here in Wisconsin, they put snow fences, which were made of lath, wood lath. When I was growing up, they would roll them out and put them along the highway. So they would be maybe 50 feet off on each side. So you'd have these wide open fields, and then the snow would come across, and the snow fences then would knock it down, and all the snow would accumulate on this side of the fence. Then they did orange snow fences for a while, which was just like a manufactured plastic, right? So I'm sure it was cheaper. And then, and maybe so snowmobilers could see it, stuff like that. But, and then they just stopped doing it because it's probably low prevalence, and they're probably just thinking, well, people should stay off the roads on these days. So, but snow fence was a big thing. You're in Wisconsin, and snow fence, they actually had one around a baseball field. It was repurposed for a lot of things, but it would be about 4 foot tall, and it's a piece of lath, kind of like if you had a house from 1900, right? A plaster and lath house, same kind of concept there. And the lath would be like spaced like 1 inch apart, and everything would be wired together. And then some of the wind would get through, but it would like knock down if all of this snow's blowing across a field, it would hit that, and it'd be a windbreak, and a lot of it would die out before it hit the road. So that was a big thing. Like you would see the county workers putting up snow fence. in November, right? That they would be busy putting that stuff out. It was all over the place, and now it's kind of a relic, just where did the snow fences go? Um, so I don't know. Where did they go? Where did they go? So, all right. Dun, 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 dun. So let's get a real time here. We have nothing. Again, 22 miles an hour. Let's do the airport here. See what they're reporting. Airport. Dun, 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 dun. I don't even know how to read any of this stuff really. So that's our airport here. And so I walk by that like every time I walk. So it's not a very big airport, and they can't make it bigger because the interstate's down here. But I don't know. It's not really given the weather stuff here, is it? So 23 current date. Well, that helps. Well, we've got it narrowed down to a day. Flying distance. Right here, there's 2 runways. Yeah, I got it. 824 feet long, 815. Publicly owned. There's a lot of stuff here, but there's any. You think like weather would be the first thing. Like, here you are. Here's where the weather is. So that's weird. This says warning: the aerial photo may not be current or correct. So, photo by Bob Johnson. I actually know Bob Johnson. He's a pilot here. So, ham radio guy, Bob Johnson. Yeah, July of 2020. Looking north. So, anyway, that's I don't know. I can't get any real time. I'm surprised by that. I thought they would have it, or like I just don't know how to read this thing. That airport opened on in October of 1941, and at that time that would have been like the only thing over on that side of town. So that's kind of interesting. I knew it was old. I guess I probably would have placed it maybe in the 50s. Interesting. So yeah. Yeah, I can't get the audio over here. So I can't import the audio on that video. I wasn't really set up tonight to do that stuff. It's just not easy. It's not as easy as pressing a button and playing audio. Maybe it is that easy and I just don't know, but I know there's steps I have to do to bring the tab in and stuff. And I don't have like a tutorial on how to do that right now, but I get you. Now I'm with you, Betting Ballistics. I'm kind of running things at a little lesser capacity here tonight. So yep, this is Jim. Use those wood lath and steel wire fence. Yeah, and then those things lath would break, and then you're trying to replace that. It'd be pretty difficult. And then they had that for a baseball field when I was in Little League. That was the fence before they put the chain link fence up there. So like you go up against that thing, you're going over, and the fence is going over. But yeah, wood lath and steel, and then they would bundle them up and throw them on the truck, and then it got replaced in the 90s with the orange snow fence with the holes in it. You might see around sporting events and stuff like that, for kind of crowd control, which I'm guessing just was much cheaper and more visible because there's snowmobilers and stuff like that. And now there's nothing. They just don't do. So kind of weird. Like I was just thinking about that. So Cricky, look at this here. It's our good friend Bolo. So Bolo's thinking, you know what? I'm not sure, but I'm pretty sure a Canadian dollar is worth more than a US dollar. That's what Bolo's thinking right now. So he's Bolo. So, um, we are in this blizzard area. The temperature now 17 below. So it is dropping. It'll probably go, I don't know, because it's clear, um, maybe 20 below, but the winds will increase. They're now 22 sustained. They'll be 40 to 50 miles an hour sustained. And then that will end by 6 a.m. on Saturday. And then Saturday will be about 20 miles an hour. So winds, so still not good, but then things get much better after that. And actually, in 2 weeks, we'll be up right around 40. So a big change right there. But yeah, so interesting stuff. Um, so yeah, travel is pretty limited here. I think tomorrow will be the day. If anything, they would, maybe shut the interstate down. And I think if there's a chance for it to happen, it would happen because of the winds. You wouldn't be able to safely any high profile vehicle. The interstates here in Wisconsin, like where I'm at going toward Minneapolis, that's pretty wide open on both sides of that. So um, anyway, I would think tomorrow's the day that is going to really be a standstill, and then things will kind of pick up after that. But yeah, I'll try to take a video tomorrow um, of the because it's going to be crazy. Yeah, with those 40 to 50 mile an hour sustained winds. And I brought in some of the Christmas stuff. I brought in our snowman and one of our trees that was, up by the house, because I knew those things would be flying around. Um, but otherwise, I think we're in pretty good shape. So nothing flying around outside. So DFD taught me wood lath would lath in 1972. Vanessa, yeah. So Dad, okay. Used to call him DFD, now we call him Dad. No, I got it. Wood lath, yeah, which is much superior, yeah, to drywall. By the way, if you could pull it off. Like I had a friend of mine who built a house about 10 years ago and went with lath and plaster. So anyway, I guess apparently it's an option. So I live in a farm, so if you can't drive in a snowstorm, stay home. You're right. And the other thing, if your vehicle, do you have if you have all-wheel drive, that helps. It's not a fix-all, but if you don't have a lot of tread on your tires, you're gonna really be in tough shape. And plus, you know, if you so tires that I put on usually have a high amount of silica, like they're rated better for snow. They don't last as long, like 40,000 miles, but they stay flexible down to like 20 below. But a lot of tires you get on a vehicle, like if you just buy a new vehicle, you're probably getting an all season tire that really, once you get down to like under 20 degrees, that tire becomes very hard. It doesn't have a lot of silica in it. So, you're just going to spin more. That tire is not designed for that. So, this is the first time, some people around here might be realizing, oh, like, my 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 traction is gone, because your tires become very stiff, and you're not getting any traction then on icy surfaces. Where again, like look for if you're in a cold weather climate, you got to decide if you're going to do the trade off. There really isn't a penalty in summer. It's not like the tire doesn't have good summer ability, but so are we really down to 3 people watching? We were like at 15. I don't know if I'm really bad tonight or if what else is going on here, but oh my god. Um wow. So man, uh wow. So crazy, man. I don't know. Yeah. So Sunflowers is saying, I think it would be fun to stay at a farm for a week. So, yeah. Solitude Surfer Sam. I'm still here. I like the show, Doc. Thanks. You're 50% of the watching audience right now, buddy. So, I have a 2-wheel drive truck with 10 ply winter tires, not an ounce of problems in the snow. You bet. So that's the thing to look at, right? The audience smooth, fresh, and fit. So, and Rob says has a show going on. So looks like I'm competing, although I don't think I would be ahead on there for fresh and fit as far as this show. Let's see who else is on here right now. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. DLD's on. Yeah, so that is Dark is taking he's got 55 watching. So and I'm up against Pop also. So Bull Rush, Pop, yeah, I've had some collision here tonight. So this isn't yeah. Yikes. So, wow. Dun 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 dun. Everybody, dun 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 dun. Show your support with a super chat or sticker or watching more ads. $14 to go in 9 days. Dun, 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 dun. All right. Questions. Be right back. Gotta throw salt on the back patio. It's our good friend Andrew. So, guys in the patios. So he's like, you're not gonna believe this, but my house. There's a house, but really kind of the feature of my property is a patio, 100-foot by 40-foot wraps around. It's like I kind of like the outdoors, but kind of like the outdoors indoors. So it's a trade-off. It works for me. So, and it's actually 75 degrees down there where he's at. So throwing salt on a back patio is more or less just for luck. So if you do it before 10 at night, brings you luck for the next day. So it's kind of traditional. It's folksy, folk legend, folk medicine. So Andrew, it's kind of his thing. He's going to ride the good luck. So, so what else is happening here? What else, guys? What else is happening? Have I ever put the car in the ditch? Yes. A couple times. One time I was going to work, and I had my LeBaron, Chrysler LeBaron, and there's a drift. It was country road, kind of like, like a country S or something like that. It's not like a real obscure country road, but gravel. And I hit that, and it sucked the vehicle down into the ditch. Boom. Maybe 30, 40 miles an hour. And I'm like, great. So wheels are spinning. And this farmer comes out with his tractor, and he's like, hey, like I'll pull you out. I'm like, okay. Say it. Does a toe strap and pulls me out. And then I said, here, dude, like 20 bucks. I'll give you $20. He said, no, man. 10's fine. I'm like, I don't have a 10. Here's 20. He goes, well, I can get you change back at the house. I'm like, well, dude, I'm kind of going to work here. But he's like, oh, I'll get you change. So I'm in there, and the guy makes like, gives me like 8 quarters, 10 dimes. And he goes, dude, seriously, like you really helped me out. I should have just like left and been like, here's your $20. But then I remembered that night coming home, and the vehicle's kind of hopping around, and I'm like, something's not right. So I stopped at a mechanic friend of mine, and he looked at it, and he's like, oh, you got like snow packed inside of your rim. I used to have a hubcap, stuff like that. And it threw the balance off. So he cleaned that out there, and everything was fine. So that's another thing in snowy areas. If you go off the road and it's not a big thing, where you can still drive the vehicle and you probably haven't damaged it, kind of slow motion, and you get stuck. If you're driving after that and you're like, the vehicle's kind of like thump, 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 like with a wheel, and you get out and you're like, well, the wheel looks fine. Like, it's not flat or anything. Um, if you have snow packed in there, right? On your rim, those little weights that they put on your rim to balance out your wheel. Well, if it's packed with snow, more from that kind of sliding in, then that can throw your balance off. So then make sure the vehicle stopped, right? Probably power it down and just go in there, with your hand and clean that stuff out, usually from the inside of the wheel. And then usually it takes care of things, because it typically it'll just like fly off and melt. But like if there's something like that, yeah. And they'll, what they say too is like, if you've been in some kind of accident, right? Where your vehicle cabin might be compromised, a front end, accident, then you don't want carbon monoxide coming into obviously, like, your exhaust is compromised or something coming into the cabin. So in those cases, you might be cracking the windows somewhat, shut your engine off, turn it back on until somebody gets there. But kind of having this awareness, like, why is everybody getting sleepy? But it really is something to be aware of. And if you are stranded somewhere that you have a shovel with you, and like a small plastic shovel. I've got like a just a military shovel. But I like to use plastic because if I would get close to the vehicle, I don't want to accidentally ding it up. But yeah, then dun, 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 dig things out. It's Mile High Ronin. Cold weather requires pertinent choices. No kidding, buddy. So, yep. It is. I'm being honest. I'm surprised. I don't feel chillier. I have long underwear on, and this is very warm. Rooftop Life Rafts. This sweatshirt from our good friend Robert Travis. But I only have on a t-shirt underneath this, and it's 17 below, and the studio is not warm. The studio is in the 50s down here, man. It is, there's no heat in the studio. So yeah. Johnny Blake, Johnny, you should follow the show, follow this channel. While you're at it, please consider the option here on the show of dun 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 super chat, super sticker. Da-da. Johnny Blake. All right. Alabama. I don't know what's happening in Alabama. So, so if we look at the map here of the U.S., the weather map, well, I guess here we would have, let's see, Alabama would be, what is it? That's a winter storm warning. What the hell is that? It's a hard freeze warning here. Whoever color coded this out, but it's a hard freeze warning for Alabama, northern Florida too. So I have a lot of friends that live in northern Florida. So, interesting. Yeah. It's so weird because like when we get our first 50-degree day of 2023, it will feel like it's summer, because you're conditioned for cold weather. Suddenly it's warm. But yeah, so I'm sure people down here like, this sucks because your houses aren't insulated to that level. I mean, you probably don't have the heating type systems. Your clothes, you're just not used to it. So again, I'm up here in blizzard area. This seems to be going this way. Let's do an update. Let's check what's happening here for wind speed. Still 22 miles an hour. So it will increase to 40 to 50 miles an hour, but we're still 22. Humidity is 70%. So what that tells me is this isn't through yet. This front isn't through. And that's also bad to have humidity at 70% because that's like flash freezing on the road. So it's a bad thing. If the humidity is lower, like there's less moisture to be on the road, you're going to have more friction. But with this, you're going to get flash freezing. 70% humidity right now is quite a bit. So it's sucking that in. It's actually kind of amazing we still don't have light snow, but that humidity will drop. That will go from like 70 probably down to like 40 over the next few hours, and then things will really start going. And denser air isn't going to move as fast either. So or like with humidity, more humid air, it doesn't move quite as fast. So getting all weather guy here on us, but I'm kind of like, yeah, why haven't the winds picked up? But it's because the humidity is still high, but the humidity will drop quite a bit. Then the house will really start to crack. Then you check out the woodwork, and in winter, like it starts to contract a little bit because it gets cold. So you're like, oh, there's like, between the two seams, there's a 16th of an inch gap, but then in summer it's gone because the humidity, everything's restored, and the house takes its normal shape again. So, one of those things. So it's Tina. Tina's saying Alabama will get to Birmingham. Alabama will get down to 5. Holy smokes, Birmingham, Alabama. It's cold. If you're new, please subscribe to the show. So appreciate that. So, and smash that button there. That would be a good thing. So, yeah. Wow. All right. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Sunflower saying, I want to do a garden. I don't know where to start. I think beans are is easy start in a garden. Probably not when it's 20 degrees, minus 20 outside, but I think beans are pretty easy in a garden. So, yeah, we had a really good cabbage one year, and I still remember how good it was. It's huge cabbage, and it was in one of our above ground planter things, and I was just like, that was a good cabbage. So it's our good friend Uke. How's the stave going? So any updates there? Are you using it to hike through snow? Because we are under a blizzard warning here, Bellyfoot. We have a blizzard warning. Got things going on until 6 a.m. Saturday. Tomorrow will be the worst of it. We're going to be 40 to 50 mile an hour sustained winds. We had about a foot of snow today. It will get spicy. So it'll be interesting too, because during the night, we'll definitely hear it. You're going to hear the wind start to howl. It's really a weird effect. I remember this from growing up in northern Wisconsin during blizzards, when they actually kind of start and the wind, and the house will creak and crack because the humidity is dropping, the temperatures, so things are, moving around a little bit. And it's not freaky. It's not scary, but it is, it's really like crisp. It's hard to explain, but that will start happening. We will experience that here over the next few hours and into the morning and, during the day, but it's cool. It's one of those things that kind of put on par with like, when, you're sleeping and there's like a heavy rain and a little bit of thunder, but it's not a severe storm, and it goes on for like 5 hours and it's just like nice. Like, that, I wish I actually had you can buy these like little radio type things and they'll play like the sound of the ocean or sound of rain or something to help you go to sleep. My doctor recommended that once because she uses it. She's like, it works really well. And I'm like, because I said, sometimes I don't sleep well at night because I'm just thinking of things, not necessarily bad things, just things like things that I have to do or just things in general, like, the economy, or I guess that is bad things, but maybe like stuff I'm going to do out in the lawn, or some landscaping or whatever. But anyway, I think that would be kind of cool. I'm sure there's an app for it, but I don't want to be, draining down my battery on something like that. So, Great Christmas present here on the 22nd. So Yuka's saying all fruits and veggies are easy to grow. Yeah. Thing is, like, we have a lot of deer here, so they will munch on things. Even squirrels take their fair share, rabbits, but the deer will clean things out. So no updates. Sorry, man. Going through a rough time here. Just work done. Well, take care of yourself, buddy. So we're not doing that trip for another 6 months. So, but I obviously am excited because I know they're going to be awesome, and I'm really appreciative. So Yuke's working on a couple hiking staves, and really cool stuff. So thanks, buddy. Appreciate you. So it's Yuke. All right. So yeah, this is the first blizzard here in about 10 years. There was a blizzard, I think it was 2008. And it, basically people on the interstate, everybody slowed down, and then the blizzard just like kind of molded them into place. And it took 2 or 3 days to get everybody off of the interstate. So they had snowmobile clubs where snowmobilers were coming out and delivering soup and food and stuff to people, and people were just told to stay in their car. Police were running up and down, but it was several miles on the interstate, not real close where I'm at, kind of between Madison and Janesville, about an hour away. But everybody just kind of like froze in place. And I remember the TV stories, because there'd be someone, say like, yeah, the interstate's, my backyard. So I made all these pots of soup, and then I, went up and was, offering people a bowl of soup or stuff like that. So, yeah, it was pretty intense stuff. I don't know how I guess they were driving with snowmobiles to like deliver gas and stuff like that. It was crazy. I mean, it's a couple thousand vehicles, I think. So this is Arvuro. I forgot tomatoes and peppers. I start them indoors around February and March. Those are always good. Tomatoes and peppers. Tomatoes and peppers, peppers and tomatoes. Dun, 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 dun. They're good, says Yuke. So, yeah. I look really pudgy with with this. It's loose, it's bigger, and I like it that way. But I don't know if this is an XL or a 2XL. Normally, like I said, I like this one to be kind of loungy. Stuff I wear is usually more fitted than this, but this is the shirt you want to do that when it's just so snuggy. Like it's a really nice fleece. So you want a little space between you and the shirt to maintain the heat. So all right, anybody have questions here as we keep the show going? Any questions? So whoa, look at this. Let's back that off a little bit. Let's throttle that down. There we go. That's pretty good. It's not bad. Right there. All right. Yeah. So one thing I've noticed with consulting and using this camera is once in a while I'll be like in a meeting and suddenly it pops up and says, "Oh, we recognize the Brio camera," and I'm like, "Dude, computer, like just leave it alone. I got a meeting." And then, you just kind of got to work around it, because if you click on the box, it actually will shut the camera off. It'll try to because the camera runs through UCam. I don't know the whole deal. Like if it just works, it works. But now we're -14, dropping fast. So got a question here. So what's your question, buddy? What is the airspeed velocity of unladen? Yeah, right. Right. The question I wasn't ready for tonight. So, wow. You knew it was going to happen. So, wow. All right. Hey, we have Mile High Ronin with a $9.99 super chat. And it's, man, oh man, Mile High Ronin. Thank you, buddy. Mile High Ronin has moved us within $4. That's really good. Responsibilities, obligations ensue. Take care. Thank you, buddy. I'm giving you the wow. I'm giving you the yeah. We're doing the confetti for you. Appreciate you and your support of the show. We got a great one Monday night. Bystander effect. Andrew gave us that idea. Wrote it. I researched it. Wrote it. We're already there. So let me check here. This is oh no, we just got a message from Andrew, who was watching in Tennessee, man, and he said my internet just went out. So that's not good, man. So hopefully you guys can you still see me? So, but thank you, Mile High Ronin. Very generous, $9.99 super chat. I appreciate it, buddy. So I'm giving you one more here on the confetti cannon or cannons. Appreciate it very much. So yeah, very cool. I have this way that I can make it snow on the screen too, but last time I did that, I couldn't get it to stop. And then it got to be kind of annoying. So, wow. Thanks, Mile High Ronin. Good looks, Ronin. So, all right. So, guys, what I'm going to do is I'm going to run our intermission because I need to put wood. 14 degrees and the wind's kicking up here. So, I'll be back and I'll give you an update. I'm going to take a look outside here and see what's happening. So, don't go anywhere. But let me do our intermission. So if I can get this, it's like it's all foreign to me. I'm like, what in the world here, man? Oh man, wow. So, yeah, let me get this going here. So, all right. Okay, I'll be back.
Yum, yum. It's time for a tasty and refreshing snack.
And we're back. All right. Thanks, everybody. Was a ghost down here? Like the video settings are a little bit different. Just wait. It was weird. No. All right. We'll go with that. So, all right. Just looked outside, threw the spotlights on. Kind of similar. It's again, we're still in the 22 mile an hour wind going on right now. So let's see if the humidity has dropped at all. No, humidity is still at 69%. So yeah, it looks like tomorrow will really be, I know, do 2 armfuls of wood. Like the burner went down quite a bit. But we should be in pretty good shape now. So let's go over here to the chat. Look, I'm back online. Andrew, you missed a $9.99 super chat by our good friend Mile High Ronan to bring us within $5.01 of our goal here is to be monetizing a payout. And yeah, which is really cool. Let's see. So I appreciate that. And my tax person, Gene, who's cool. But anyone seen Coop tonight? I popped one of his live chats the other day. It was a nonstop hilarity. Did not. So saw Coop a couple days ago, though, watched one of his chats. So yeah. Let's see here. Floating between here and DLD. I want to have DLD on the show. We were talking a while ago. You can just pick from a handful these really incredible kind of life stories from DLD, going back maybe 3, 4, 5 years ago. And there's one story in particular he was sharing with me that I said, love to have you come on and talk about that from kind of a safety and life perspective of how close people can get to, out of desperation, doing something that has a life consequence, like prison or something like that, right? So, but anyway, I have to get in contact with him. So, it's gusty there in Nashville, Tennessee. The Grand Ole Opry is somebody batting down the hatch over there. So, Andrew, gosh darn it, get that salt out there. It's kind of a misnomer too with salt. I have a lot of salt. Like actually, the end of the season, at least a couple of years ago, before the pandemic, if there was salt left over, containers of driveway salt, they would mark that stuff down just to get rid of it, like $1. Takes up space, and right, they're not going to keep it. It's only good for that time of year. So I bought like 3 or 4 of them, and I've got them on a shelf in the fireplace room, but it's very, very rare. Maybe once, twice a year, I'll use a little bit of salt, but mostly I'll use firewood ash, and firewood ash will also act salt like it'll melt into things or lower the melting point. But, I've had better luck with that. And then the dark color of that attracts the heat. So it sucks in the rays of sun, doesn't reflect them. But yeah, I've used very, very little, and salt really messes with your concrete too. So, if it's like a day where, it's a safety issue and something like that. And yeah, then I would put a little bit out there, but I think that's something people who aren't from Wisconsin kind of think, oh, like Wisconsin people like throwing salt. Part of it is like by law, if your business and stuff, you have to do that. You just can't have, icy walkway or pathway up to your business. But as far as like residential people doing it, it's not as common. And it kills your lawn too. So, um, if that's your thing of like, I'm going to always salt my, my walkway and stuff like that, sometimes it absolutely needs it, but other times, people overdo it. And then it comes spring, like 6 inches on either side of the grass, the grass is dead. So, then it takes, till June, rains and stuff to get that salt through the soil and the grass starts to grow in again. But I really am hesitant to do any salt because I think my firewood ash can accomplish most of that. So the thing with firewood ash is, though, you don't want to, it'll get a little pasty. So like, I don't want to overdo it on the driveway. Otherwise it works its way into the garage. And then you're dealing with like a paste on the floor of the garage in winter. And that's icky. So this is our good friend Arvuro to sunflowers. One good thing for your soil is homemade compost. Use all table scraps except meats and dairies. Even use coffee filter and use coffee grounds. It's really cool. I knew the coffee grounds. I didn't know the coffee filter, Arvuro. So yeah, man, that's a good idea. With firewood ash, I also will pour some ash on it's a combination flower garden, vegetable garden. I'll pour that out and, kind of I'll spread it around with a rake, but, I just kind of know where it is because it's all covered with snow. I don't exactly have the boundaries of it. Otherwise I do create this area in the back that I kind of mounded up and then, I'll bring it in, but like it's one of those things. I'm not going to just, if I spread it in the back, I'm not going to respread it again on the garden because it's going to have seeds and all of that stuff on it. But I do like put a couple buckets of ash throughout winter, spread it out where the garden is. I always had good luck with that. It's supposed to keep like the slugs away too. I don't know if it does. We've seen it have good luck with that. So another YouTube channel with firearm related content is Mike is talking to Uke. So Uke said, hey, just popped in for a second. Saw the gun safe. I don't have the concentration for 2 live chats at the moment. So good friend Uke. I get salt in the off season for cheap. Yeah, they just move it because you're not going to store it, right? And what are you going to do in summer with, driveway salt? So you're like, here's a perfect gift for you. Everything I've wanted. So yeah, it does mess with concrete. You're right. Yeah. So, and I've noticed that to the point where I got to do seal my concrete or something like that, which I'm not a big fan of. My concrete's 50 years old and doesn't have any cracks, as pitting and stuff like that. Some of the stuff I've addressed, but salt just makes it worse. So it's just kind of the thing. I'd rather salt on the bib kind of coming up the apron, which is owned by the city, and salt down there and kind of do the other stuff. And ash, flamethrower. Yeah. Flame King. So you're like, hey, did you clean the driveway? Yeah, I was parked out there. Yeah, I know. Both my roommate and my girlfriend are, whoa, my goodness. Wow. Uke. Wow. If your grass dies, look at it as being economical. It costs less for gas. True. 100% true. Now I think that I can kind of sense the humidity, like my voice drying a little. It's definitely happening. So, yeah, I like mowing my lawn. But I've had times where the salt or the city kicks up all kinds of stuff from the road, and it might not even be like close to you. It could be stuff that they've been kind of like pushing along, and just as they get toward you, they kind of swing out and then throw up all these rocks and pieces of blacktop and beer cans. I mean, it's stuff, you're always like kind of, there's a lot of sand that's thrown up on the first 8 feet of the yard. But actually the city owns, I don't know if it's the first 12 feet from the curb. There's this whole measurement from the center of the road to whatever. So like when I put in my concrete slab, I still had a little ways where I could have pushed it, but it was getting pretty close to where the line was. So yeah. Look at this, uke. Self-censorship. So yeah, it's the university prof stuff of having to measure my words a little bit, and maybe we still have a friendly family show here for the most part, but yeah, like velocity of information, doesn't shade in certain ways of political thinking or other ideologies. But yeah. Although in my university classes, I'll say, okay, here's how we should frame things out. You should always have a framework for whatever issue you're going to tackle, right? And then, is it discretion, best interest, Board of Education policy, induction, like boom, we'll put this together. And then like, what do you think? Like, how would you game plan this? Well, how would you handle this? And then when that's all done, I'll be like, here's what I would have done. And I never did the I would have done part before, because I thought, well, then you're just trying to get people to be like you, as in me. And then I was like, but people want to know that, like they're like, you're the professor, like you've done this stuff, like how would you handle this? I'd be like, well, here's what I would do. And then they go back and they tell their school lawyer, and their lawyer's like, what? Like, I don't think we would do it. Well, but not everybody's going to do that. Here's what I would do though. So, yeah. So I appreciate it. Appreciate you. So look at Uke. It's carving skulls on the staves. It's going to send in a real message, a real goth type stuff. So when you're out and about, get a skunk. It will make a mess, but you'll be grub free. We have skunks that roam up and down our backyard where the garden is. My neighbor actually pointed that out to me last year, because sometimes I'll go to the track at night and I'll see skunks. So as long typically as you're pretty cool, like they leave you alone. Actually, I had one that came up and just walked around me for a little while. But yeah, so we also get the benefit of skunks, kind of taking care of the stuff. So one of my friends has a skunk as a pet. Wow. Look at that. So, dun, 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 dun. Wow. Bear Creek wakes up to nearly 4 feet of snow. It's a lot of snow. A Green Bay Packers fan was thrown from the upper levels. Interesting. Huh. Wow. Interesting. So cool. The thing is, we have squirrels that come by the house. Yep. Tons of squirrels. And they're pretty, when I'm out in my chair, like in summer, the squirrels will get within 10 feet and just, do their squirrel stuff. And then they're not freaked out. Even rabbits and stuff, they get a lot of rabbits. So yeah, our Burrow thing, like for skunk, as long as you don't spook them, you can kind of pet them. Yeah. One time I was studying for a test in college. You'd go over to someone's house, and hopefully like one of your friends would make note cards and you'd study like for exams and stuff like that as a group. And I was biking back, and I thought it was a dog running across the street toward me. It was a skunk. So I locked up the bike, because otherwise I would have intersected, would have hit it. And then I just stayed perfectly still. and it like kind of ran up to me and then just hung around for a while. I think the tail was up, but it didn't. And then it just took off, and it was huge. Like, I'm like, holy smokes. But yeah, sometimes you wake up to the strong scent of skunk around here. But yeah, we've got chipmunks too. I love fuzzballs. Got deer, squirrels, chipmunks, birds, foxes, coyotes. Got coyotes roaming around here too. So yeah, look at this. And we also have our good friend Sast, one too many, our Cannonball Run friend. What's the temperature down there, buddy? Are you getting a little taste of the 17 below, which we have here right now? We are under a blizzard warning, 40 to 50 mile an hour winds tomorrow. We had a foot of snow today, so it is going to get lit. Now, right now, it's 22 miles an hour winds, pretty high humidity yet, about 70%. So stuff hasn't really kind of kicked off here, although roads are really slick because, salt doesn't work at 17 below. So, oh my God, it was 70 today for Sast. Oh my God. Yeah, that wasn't it. I was out snow blowing twice. And it's 17 below now. We're going to get wind chills about 40 below. So the next day and a half, it's going to be pretty wild here, buddy. The whiteout conditions, right? That's it. With all this foot of light snow and 50 mile an hour winds, it's going to be inside of a crazily shaken snow globe. So Sast one too many is in Florida. So he is our friend from Florida. 62 right there in Florida. So he is our good friend. No more trash pandas. Either the coyotes or the fisher took care of them. We do have what is a trash panda, by the way? I miss that. What is a trash panda? And trash pandas. Central Florida, Sast. There he is. So he volunteers 6 days a week at Disney. So, yep, it's all kind of in the Star Wars area there. Just does different things, plays different characters. Kind of the secondary, kind of Delta Force level, things, and very important. But yeah, so Sast one too many. You probably see him. He's probably in your photos there. If you've gone to Disney Orlando, one of the characters, Star Wars themed area. I'm not going to get too specific. I don't want people to start connecting the dots here, but yeah. So it's good. He gets free passes for everything. So he's enjoying it. He's a big Star Wars fan, by the way. Oh, raccoons. Yeah. My brother-in-law lives in California, and a raccoon in his backyard cornered him, and they have a fence, and I don't know the whole deal, but he's older than I am, and I don't know if that means anything, but he was on one side of the backyard at night with something, and then between that and the house was this raccoon, and then the yard wasn't very big, and it's fence and stuff, and the raccoon was really mad. It's like hissing and swatting at him and stuff. So I don't know how that got resolved, but somebody got back in the house. Got the raccoons distracted. Look over there, it's a penguin right over there. Raccoons are like, what? So, all right, guys. And thanks for watching the ads. The show's monetized, and your super chat, super stickers. Appreciate that. $5.01 between now and the 31st. And if that happens, YouTube is going to be paying me out for the year 2022. I will have hit the threshold to get my first payment as a monetized channel. And by golly, that is pretty amazing. So I appreciate that. But it is one of those things when someone says, do you make money off of YouTube? And I can say, yes. And then we can just leave it at that. So Dun, 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 dun. I've been watching the Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory. It came out the year I was born. Not really a Christmas movie, but I think Gene Wilder was awesome. And I think Gene Wilder's from Wisconsin, so but I thought Wilder was awesome in that movie. So yeah, that's why I liked it. So look at this. We have surpassed the threshold. Oh my God, you guys are generous. Sast, thank you, buddy. $10 super chat from our friend Sast. Give me a moment here, and I'm going to we're going to make it happen. All right, Sast, I'm going to wear this wig, and I'm also going to wear a pumpkin in honor of the $10 super chat here. I am going to I just came out of the shower. And I'm going to do this. Look at this. Let's appreciate it. I'm also going to do this. The monocle. And we're not done yet. We're going to do this. Sast is like, all of this for $10? Wow. We're not done yet. We're going to do this. La da 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 da, cucumbers. And then we're doing this. And then we're doing this. 2 hands. Look at this. And then, of course, Sast, don't get freaked out. Ooh, Ebenezer, I am the Christmas ghost. Sass, thank you for being generous. Whoa. Thanks, buddy. I appreciate it. We hit the goal. It's awesome. And you know what? I'm not going to, this will not be a part of shows going forward, right? I'm not going to do it. I appreciate that you guys helped for this to happen with the show. So just thanks. Really cool. So sunflowers, -5 degrees. That is not good for sunflowers, by the way. They don't handle cold weather well. So actually, yeah. They're probably like, whoa, trying to spin around. Where's the sun? When I would bike on like a 7-hour, 8-hour bike trek where I would go out and come back the same way, on the way out, I go past a sunflower field. So I don't know, maybe 10 acres, whatever. And then the sunflowers are all pointing, obviously, the face of the sunflower toward the sun. And then when I'm biking back, they rotate, they change because, so if I leave at 7, 8 in the morning and I come back at 4 in the afternoon, right? They're facing east as I'm biking away from the sun. And then when I'm biking back, the sun is at my back, but the sunflowers are facing me. So it's really cool. It's a cool effect, like to see this over time. When you bike out, they're facing you, but when you bike back in, they spun and faced you. Sass, that's awesome. So I appreciate it. It's really cool. And now we got 2 family gatherings coming up, and by God, here's questions they ask. How are the books doing? Like, they're doing fine. They're good. And then they're like, how's your YouTube thing? Are you monetized? Honest to God, those are the questions I get. And then they tend to, you're a YouTuber. I'm like, well, there's YouTubers, right? I'm on YouTube. I have a channel. We have 200 episodes. We have great. It is Mike McClune with a super sticker. Mike. Whoa, Mike, that is awesome, buddy. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mike McClune, for the super sticker. You guys are just generous. You guys are generous. Mike, let me see what I have over here for this. We're going to do this. We're going to wow for Mike. We've got the confetti blaster out. We're gonna give him a Bam from Batman and Robin, the original one. We're going to give him this incredibly smiley face right here, with a thumbs up, and we're going to do an above confetti, It's a hell of a mess down here, by the way, to try to pick that stuff up. So it all looks good at the moment, but then, yeah. And then we're doing a light bulb, and we're doing the special, the little heat here. Whoa! Everything's fine though. Just raise the temperature 10 degrees. And we're going to do a opening curtain call. Da 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 da. Mike McClune. Appreciate it, Mike. It's really awesome. It is awesome. Arvuro, 30 here, aka -1 Celsius, the old Fahrenheit to Celsius conversion. So yeah, the old Celsius to Fahrenheit. I notice now, like when I type things, or because I talk to people, and more people seem to be using Celsius. So I am, anyway, anyway, I just have to put the F after, because they're like, oh, or I talk to people, in different countries and stuff like that. So like time zones were never a big thing, but they are now. Anyway, the safety doc. During the stream, I put a request at work, my local public library, for both of your books. Awesome. Sunflowers. That's really cool. And most times there's like well over 80% success rate with this. Your libraries will buy the books if they're requested by a patron, because they have money for this. Like you go on to, but like if I were to go onto a website for whatever library and I'd be like, hey, you should buy this book, they'd be like, okay, like what's your library card number? So I'm like, I'm not there, right? So I don't know, 1, 2, 3, 4, how many digits? So but if you email your local library, and sometimes they have a real easy form, and they're like, give us a link to the book, and then the question is like, well, where did you find out about this? And you're like, I found about it on a book study thing, or I've seen this guy on TV. Like that's another thing. Like I've seen him present on TV, and they're, well, maybe this book. So once the library checks into it in their network, they can see, oh, the book is in a lot of places, so it's vetted by other librarians. And yeah, okay, somebody wants it, we have money, boom, we'll get it. So it's a good time of year, because they do their year-end spending to figure out what books they're getting. So thank you so much for doing that. It's fun. Every day I check through my publishing house where the books are showing up. And even though like School of Airs has been out there, a couple of years now, that it still shows up in new places. And Velocity of Information seems to really have caught a tailwind. And then the audiobook of that comes out April 12th. So like the teaser's out there, the trailer. So well, thank you. Sunflowers, let me know if your library gets those books. If Jesus wanted to use a metric system, he would have picked 10 disciples. I love that. Sast, I never heard that before. I'm going to use that. I'm going to use that. Yeah. So Last Supper, Jesus is like, I'm glad everybody's here. Then he had to rethink that after a while. But yeah, yeah, that was pretty crazy. So wow. That was hilarious. That's hilarious. Man, I just went on a journey. My friend gave me her Amazon login so I can watch Prime. You got an Amazon login. You can also leave a review for my books. Had to sign out and go into her account, buy some stuff. My mom called me 11:30. Wow. I love to support my friends. I appreciate that. Thank you. I have to make it. What the hell do I have to do tomorrow? I have to get some mail out tomorrow. So it's postmarked before the end of the year. So what? Come on. Google Calendar, don't let me down. What the hell's going on here? Yeah, the whole postal thing's gonna be weird tomorrow. I don't know. I mean, what does it look like when it's 50 miles an hour and they're coming up and down the road? We have a heavy cast iron mailbox that's mounted to the house. I ordered that for the renovation. That thing's probably 50 pounds. It's put right into studs, and they built a casing around it. So like that's fine. Like, but I don't know how the mail thing's going to work tomorrow, the postal stuff. So what time am I to have to do this? But I got to get these out tomorrow. So put it here. There we go. I don't get my haircut till the 30th. My hairstylist had to push it back because she had to attend a funeral. So I'm like, this is the longest my hair's been. And we got a week to go here. So I'm going to have her like do the super short. So it's Bolo Sunflowers. Hopefully she has Doc's books there. So the audiobooks are really good. I mean, right. They are really good. School of Airs is really fun to listen to the author, me, narrate that. Velocity of Information is amazing. Ben Hawk is so talented. Professional actor, right, to come in and to narrate that book. So it's kind of funny too. That book has been done since July. I think it was like middle of July. He was done with the whole project was done. Book was uploaded. It's on Spotify, but then we couldn't officially release it. I say we as in me. I own the rights to the audiobook. I couldn't release it by contract until April 12th. Had to be 1 year after the publication of the book in print. Just a stipulation with the publisher. So, is what it is. But it's done. It's great. I've listened to it several times. So, yeah. Oh, you got to see what your friend has in her cart. Very interesting. You could throw both of my books in there. She'll never know. She'll just pay for them. Then she'll be like, wow, I was really on my game when I was surfing. It's on my game. So, Bolo. Sunflower is saying, I want to become a published children's poet. I don't even know how to get published. So, yeah, I don't really have great advice on that because I just kind of know my route on nonfiction. So yeah, but I'm sure like you can probably find people who've done that right on YouTube more in that theme but that's cool. Yeah. I never thought I'd be an author. It wasn't, 15 years ago, somebody would have told me this, like, I don't know, maybe I would have believed it more like at 18 or 20, because then you think you're going to do all these great things. Hey, you're going to have a YouTube channel one day. It's going to be monetized. A threshold, you're going to get payout. Well, gosh darn it, that's awesome. These people are going to be awesome people. Saswin, Too Many, Uke, Mike McLuhan, Miley Ronan, everybody, Bolo. But yes, you can self-publish. Yeah, I mean, the tools to do that are extremely refined now. So yeah, let's go for it. Like, I'm really glad I wrote both of the books. And, I actually, when I did my PhD, which is the big diploma in the back over there, well, it's a big frame. It's actually the biggest diploma too. They changed to an 8x10. They used to be 6x8. So, but, it was good. I learned a lot. I learned how to, and I actually had really solid professors. I had one dude who like retired out of Nabisco. Like he did like advertising and surveys. He's like a statistician. Cool. I don't know. I don't remember his name, but I remember the classes. And he was saying, yeah, like surveys really aren't that good, especially today. Like different. There are people really understanding the different languages and things like that for how things get interpreted in surveys. But yeah. So anyway, I don't know where I was going with that, but so it was a good thing, like to pursue and to go through, because it's a trial of kind of your mental endurance in a PhD program. When I went through Madison, I mean, there were times when I was like, I just want to give this up, and there's areas things I wasn't that good in, the one of the things weirdly was like citations and learning APA and all of that type of stuff was kind of a barrier to some extent until I figured it out. Now I know all that stuff, but I don't know everything, but I know that stuff. And the books though, right? I wrote those under contract, and um, you know, there's a high bar to go through on those nonfiction books, and your deadlines, timelines. Then a year ago this time was really crazy. It was literally the week when we were doing last proofs for the book. And so I had different editors. Proofs are the layout of the book, and then everything has been fact checked and all of that. Just boom, 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 every citation. Um, and we were still at a crossroads on the layout for. I could show you what we weren't on agreement, and I was not giving up any ground. And I think I just got him to go along with it because the book needed to get out. But here. So here was the issue. I did 4 phases of chaos and spread over a year. And then on this side is the image, and then which was made by Amy K. DiStefano to be this size, this trim. And over here's the description. This white space drove him crazy. My publisher was like, we can't have that. I'm like, but dude, it has to be there. You can't start a diagram here. Like, you have to be able to look on the, one side, and then the left side, and the right side is the description, right? So all 4 pages have to go like that. And so here's another one where there's the white space. And I said, there's also, this makes sense because earlier in the book, I talk about the Committee for National Morale, Museum of Modern Art. The images, they spaced it out far enough, like 5 feet, where you had a second or two to think about what you saw. There was a lot of social science, psychology in that. And I said, that's reflected in the layout. It's subtle, right? But you'd get it if you read the book. Right? And I guess, but I mean, as a point, as a style point. But I'm like, just go with it. And then finally they went with it. And they were not happy with that part. I mean, it was okay, but they were really, they wanted to make the diagram smaller and get everything. I said, well, it can't be that way. This is, and I thought it was fine. Like, I never had an issue with it. And then they sent it and they corrected it several times. They corrected it and they sent it back to me. And I'd be like, so I would print it all off the way I wanted it. I would scan it and I would send it and say, it has to be laid out like this. Well, but that's, that's technically, that's incorrect because it doesn't meet whatever standard. I'm like, but dude, right? And the publishing house, like, it meets it's visually what it has to be, and it's the homage to the Museum of Modern Art reference in chapter 4, right? So it shows you visually how you have to do things, right? So you have to have this pause moment when you're taking in a graphic. So anyway, it's just really weird, but yeah. So Yuka's saying you can easily self-publish. There are tutorials on YouTube. If you're looking for a publishing house, then it's a bit different. So yeah, my publisher, it's not really a publishing house. I mean, so I had to go through a proposal process, market study. I mean, from the start to the publication was about 4 months, and they could just as easily say no, which they do to a lot of people. But, I had written other things, featured journal articles and things, and I had a PhD, and right. So they just thought, well, we'll give it a try. And School of Airs did remarkably well, which they acknowledged. And then, they went out on a branch to give me a contract for Velocity of Information, and which I think I know it's probably it's my best work. I think it's better than School of Airs, but it's one of those books that it's kind of like a catcher in the rye thing. It'll get trendy with some people. And they did a, nice marketing campaign on there, but I think it's one of those books that'll just kind of find its area, if that makes any sense. But there's nothing like it for the year 2020 though, especially 471 endnotes. Like there's things people will read, they'll gather out of the book and they'll be like, like I forgot about that happened. Or people declaring force majeure and just saying, oh, the contract's no good anymore. We can't deliver food to school cafeterias because we can't get in the supplies. Like that stuff really never happened before. So dun, dun, dun. I need a haircut too, says Sunflowers. So yeah. I'm blessed at age 51 to have a full head of hair. Actually, my hair seems to be like growing down a little bit. I don't know if it's just a optical. I've been looking at pictures and I'm like, I think my hair is a little fuller. Maybe it's just because it's longer. But yeah, and it's still, a light salt and pepper, as far as there's more pepper than salt there. So my great grandfather was 96, died while hauling in a cube of ice for the ice chest off of the pond. He slipped. He's 96, hit his head, and that was it. Otherwise, the guy's out there slinging 200 chunk of ice over his shoulder and into the ice chest. Full head of hair. Boom. When he was, whatever picture. Here it is, 92, full head of hair. So pretty cool. But I do like really short hair, even though I have long hair. I like short hair. So all months of the year. But yeah, especially in summer, but even in winter. I have to go. It's Arvero. Be well, safe everyone. Merry Christmas, Happy New Year. All right, thanks, Arvero. Monday night, 8:00, we have the show. 200 episode of the Safety Doc. Yeah, we made 200 episodes, guys. That's amazing. 200 episodes where we've had a video leveled audio and then a blog post over at safetyphd.com. And that one is about the bystander effect. I learned quite a bit when I researched that. And actually it's stuff I'll use in the university classes I teach. And just in general, I think there's some takeaways from that. I thought it was going to be real cut and dry, I guess, as I went into it, and I was reading some research studies and some of the other things. And I'm like, and actually I would have included that in, I don't know, School of Errors. School of Errors is a good book. I don't look at that and say like there's big glaring omissions in that book. I don't believe that at all. But like if I were to do another safety book, I would throw this in because I think bystander effect, right, is really big in school safety. And I don't know if a lot of people are talking about it. So, yeah, you're right, Sast. It was weird because I wrote the book shorter. Well, they gave me my range. I think my range was 200 to 235 for print. And the book came in at 208. And so I was like, with the way that I laid it out. So, I'm like, come on. Like, so when you write a book, when you have a book contract like that, they do pages. Now, pages is weird. Here's the deal. You're much better to go with the number of words. So 200 page nonfiction book. So 200 page, this is 208, but 200 pages is about 60,000 words. Cause like pages, well, I don't know, because like here I've got, there's a phone screen grab on that. So that's a little bit different. And well, here, now there's an image on there. So, so it's, I think I had a contract for 20 up to 25 figures. Figures are photos. And then, the contracts, it takes a long time. You got to hammer back and forth on, different things with the contract. But it was up to 235 pages. But it's kind of in this trim. But a publishing house rarely will tell you words, which is weird. And maybe it's just so they can control a little power over the finished product, I guess, of saying, oh, so Vero, take care, buddy. Yeah. So I would have that discussion with my publisher once in a while. I'd be like, so what are we talking here? Am I approved for like 65,000 words? 200 and well, I had to negotiate that too. First, I think they said 220 pages. I thought the book was going to be longer. I actually cut quite a bit out of the book. And part of that is, people, the average length of a nonfiction book has decreased significantly in the last 10 years. It went from like 310 pages to like 250, and now it's really about 200 to 220. So like I'm right in that range. And the book was better with the cuts. I mean, I had good stuff that I cut out, like stuff I could probably even pull into a journal article or stuff like that. But it was a weird thing. They weren't trying to save because I came in under my page count, and they were arguing it as a style thing. They just said in the industry, this isn't the style for this type of graphic in a nonfiction book. And I'm like, well, yeah, but dude, I get it. I understand, kind of understand, but it's also professionally made to be scaled to this size. If you start messing with the scaling, it's going to mess with the diagram, and it's going to get too small for people to make out what's going on. So I said, that's one of the issues, and the other thing is this also conveys exactly what was done by the Museum of Modern Art in the layout. So there are reasons to do this. And I'm like, it will work. And it did. So there's a weird thing to get hung up on all of that. Oh, and what was it? There was something. Oh, I made a mistake. They did correct this before it went out for publication. I wrote about Kobe Bryant in the helicopter crash from Juan Brown on his channel, where he covered that. And I had plane crash instead of helicopter crash. I didn't catch it until the last edit. And then they're like, well, we've already agreed on the layout. I'm like, well, dude, we're not going to publish something that has a error in it that you could fix right now. It's just a word. Just switch it out. It doesn't change the format or anything. So then boom, plane became helicopter. But there are no there are no mistakes like that in the book. That would have been the only one. But yeah, it was kind of weird. That was kind of a stressful thing because you're under contract. So there was also like, if you remember a year ago, like I wasn't doing the show because you had to fly under the radar for a lot of things. There were publishers who were having their deals yanked. There was actually one with my publishing house there where they took the offer back. So, if you're talking anything that has some controversy with it, people kind of get on that. Hey, publisher, like, we don't want to publish this person's stuff. And and then you have to kind of, at the end, I started to ramp up and do some shows just about the book to get those current and get those out there. But there's this whole thing, if you do anything to harm your image before the book comes out, like, they can go after you for damages, and because they put a sunken cost into this, and, which kind of makes sense, right? And you could lose your sponsorship as kind of the equivalent. But, you don't control what some people kind of do. So if you're writing on something that is controversial, like wrote in there about the TikTok dances of the nurses, and that was not only distasteful, but who was authentically, observing what was, keeping an eye on people if you have time to do these things. It just, but how it tied in with this whole crowd-in behavior and finite voltage and all of that. But I was like, there could have been people who rallied around that, and pretty soon there's a change.org thing to not get the book out, but that's all behind us now. I mean, but yeah, you do have this thing, which is kind of expected because they're, it's a big investment for them to do that. So, but anyway, I'm really glad I did those things as I kind of reflect on 2022. It's been professionally, I narrated School of Airs in March and April locally, right? Go into the studio. And I remember when I first went in, it was a snowy day, maybe 25 degrees and snowing, and I had my big wool coat on, and I could only narrate so long because it was really dry, humidity in my vocal cords. They just don't handle that well. And I remember when I walked out of there the last day in April, I think it was literally, I showed up in like shorts and a t-shirt, and it was 75 degrees. So just how that weather kind of changes here from March to April. But anyway, the book came out in April, Velocity of Information. And then, the audiobook will come out. The audiobook was done. It was awesome, but it doesn't release. So pretty good year, scholarly. My classes went well. I got Professor of the Year 2022. So from an academic standpoint, yeah, it was a really, really busting year. So my tattoos will never go gray. You too, Bolo. I've got tattoos older than my current girlfriend. They're still looking good. So tattoos. Remember a tattoo on Fantasy Island? The plane, Doc. The plane. 42 is the new 22 or some age nonsense like that. So, yeah. Solitude sending good thoughts there. Take care of Vero. So, Solitude, you haven't made a single joke. That guy. Wow. Sass, the comment section can ruin your publishing cred. It can. You're absolutely right, Sass. So they had seen it happen to one of their a prof, and I forget the exact book that he wrote, but I mean, it wouldn't have been hard to put an argument to counter the velocity of information, especially the nursing angle, challenging, that you could say, it's a conspiracy book because they're challenging that there wasn't this organized government. So that book could have had some, could have had some oily patches ahead of it, right, to traverse. So that was, and then there's a lot of sunken costs. There's advertising. There's I mean, you get all the printout. You understand when you partner up and you contract on that. There's several $1,000s that go into those books. So yeah. And again, thankfully, that's all, and my stuff is pretty, is well researched, it's punchy. I don't go way over, but I do get really, and the school stuff, pretty heated on that. So, yeah, that says there's an illusion out there that so-called experts will protect the public from incorrect information. Yeah, that is an illusion, right? No kidding. A weather update. All right, we are here minus 18. The humidity is increased to 71%. It was 69. So I'm interpreting that the wind is now 24. So the wind is increasing a little bit. It was 22. It's now 24. But the humidity nudged up just a little bit. So that means that this must be slowing right now. So as it's pushing through like Michigan and stuff like that, that must be hitting some resistance and slowing, because the winds would be higher and the humidity would be lower. So we haven't hit that. Wherever that low is that on the weather map, it's still maybe a couple hours away. So whoever's ahead of this, like in Michigan, Gary, Indiana, those areas, they're probably getting hammered with snow because this is likely sucking in more moisture. I should do like meteorology, like weather. Yeah. Here's a map of the US. Like I'd probably be pretty good at that. But so yeah, what this is telling me is that this is slowed down slightly. So it's happening. It's just, it's not moving through as fast. if this was snow, event would be getting more snow, but right now there's nothing in snow. But it's kind of like a spring. That's a probably really bad example because it's nothing like a spring, but it's I think once it starts to go, it'll go really fast, and then boom, all the winds, because the winds will hit. They're all bottled up. So if anything, it's probably going to strengthen the winds. But so the front and right now, that's kind of, if you think about like Michigan and Indiana, I don't know, states over there near Michigan, right? Ohio, that front high front must be a little bit stronger. So it's keeping this from kind of picking up speed. Yuke's like, Doc, I minored in meteorology. None of that's accurate. So I'm pretty sure though, I'm close with what I'm saying there. So yeah, it's crazy out there. 69 and the math, and it's I don't even know how to describe. Yeah, things are just really out of balance. God, what did I have for a spring case study? Oh, yeah, it's the Narcan one that I'm working on, which is pretty good. Probably have that done. So Narcan, probably have it done tomorrow. I sent out my final invoice, consulting of the year. Sent it out tonight. So that's been nice. I got a really nice comment or an email from one of my sites that I consult with, and they just said, "Hey, like, it's been great working with you. Thanks for everything you're doing." And I was like, "Yeah, it really was a smooth startup there." So worked really well. It's been really good. Some places just run really well. So like when you come in, and then I also be like, you got a place that runs really well, right? So got some things here, but like I work with a lot of places, and your place got a good induction process, good people, good system. So like makes my interfacing with you a whole bunch easier when that happens. And like, sometimes like, people are like, they want to work with you, but they're like, should we wait till like January, just a natural break, like after the holidays? I'm like, no, like, let's do it now, because then we'll already be running at a good clip, we'll come back from the break. They just don't know with their people, like, how should we do that? If they want to start interfacing and having new people work with me before like Christmas, I'm like, yeah, let's do it. That's the thing. Like, just get on it. As a country, we gave up what works for what sounds good. Yeah. We tell people what they want to hear and not what they need to hear. You're right on. Yeah, it's horrible. It's horrible. So Thomas Sowell said that. Thomas Sowell, yeah. I wish people took Sowell more seriously. Dude's brilliant. So again, might have to check. I might have a cat kind of climbing. We have some of the different Christmas boxes and stuff over there. So, yeah, I'm looking at this $1.7 trillion omnibus bill, right? And it's like, there's more to come. Like, it's kind of the temporary. I'm like, $1.7 trillion. And then again, the funding that goes to Ukraine, right, is aggregate. If you examine that, it's not here's $1 billion, here's $2 billion. Everything is recurring. So, no one really knows the numbers, right? But it's hundreds of billions a month. So I'm thinking, man, we could do a lot with roads and just a lot with just things, right? Like, I don't, it doesn't make sense to me. But I had this discussion, one of my financial guys here, and I'm like, I said, the thing is, it's so dicey with investing now is the quantitative easing because of this. It's not even quantitative easing is putting more money into the system, the Federal Reserve, but this is kind of informally doing that when the federal government says, here's almost a $2 trillion bill. No one is trying to cut back, right? So they're just printing more and more money and more costs and not trying to do things efficiently or cut government. Here's 80,000 IRS agents, and I'm like, so I'm like, when does inflation stop? And at some point, the stock market seems like that's going to implode. And this whole thing too, this big push of these articles coming out now, the stock market is big changes for the retirement 401ks and people are better off. And it's like, so enrolling someone automatically and forcing them into a plan, which you're getting kickbacks from every company who offers a 401k, right? And then they're paying fees and they're locked into it. And if they take the money out early, there's a 10%, tax, unless it's a loan that meets certain conditions. But anyway, I'm like, just because you say like, oh, new employee, you can put $25,000 of your salary in there. Like that not helping anybody. Who's going to do that? So I just think it's ridiculous. But the numbers clearly show fewer people are contributing into 401ks. More people are taking out RMDs or taking out their money. So anyway, I just think it's a bad thing. So I look and I'm like, what drives up the stock market between now and the 2024 election? Like, what does that? And I'm like, I just can't see it. I don't see outside of Ukraine and Russia coming to a truce, right? Which I don't think has happened. That's a 20-year war going on over there. I just don't see it. The pandemic is one thing because you could have an argument. Your stocks, your stuff goes down, and okay, it's a black swan. Things will bounce back. They typically do after a one and off, but that's not what's going on now. So, but I'm just like, what's the deal? The Mississippi River's low, Lake Mead's low, Hoover Dam might not be turning any power. Border's a mess. I'm like, I'm not kind of getting where, I thought we would have jumped into 3D printing where we'd have, instead of, so imagine like your Walmart, a quarter of your Walmart is just 3D printers. So they're not having to ship product anywhere. You order it, you go there, or it's delivered to you like locally. So just meaning like the printer makes it right there. So you don't have any overstock, anything like that. But so, all right, this is from our good friend Mike McLuhan. Thanks for all you do at Safety Doc. Merry Christmas to you and everyone in the Docs community. Have a safe. Also to you, Mike. Merry Christmas. I'll be back here on Monday with episode 200. But thank you for your generosity. And man, don't spend all that time in the shop over Christmas. Just chill as best as you can. But Mike, always appreciate you. Thank you so much for being here, buddy. The omnibus bill includes $1 billion for border control in Ukraine, Yemen. Right, SAST specifically prohibits border control in U.S. And this is where I kind of loop back in a couple shows and about Good Samaritan law and now Cincinnati has these fentanyl. Do we do naloxone, which I talked about in the last show? There's a standing order that it's in libraries and places because like fentanyl's coming in over the border. So as a very multiplied severity of impact of opioid like the fentanyl. And um, you know, it's crazy. It's absolutely crazy that this is happening. So and there's no consequence, and that right there, you wouldn't say that's it. We're going to have a militarized border because otherwise people are being poisoned to death, right? And it could be anybody. It could be, a 3-year-old eating a candy bar that's laced with this stuff. But I don't know. People like to spend my money and all of your money, right? I think it became abstract after the financial crisis in 2008, 2009. And Obama administration did the American Recovery and Restoration Act, or whatever, the ARA. I think that was the moment I looked at things and said, the numbers don't mean anything anymore. Then you start talking in the trillions, and no one really knows what a trillion is. So what's the difference between 17 trillion and 20 trillion? Or, it's so abstract. And that's where I'm like, how can you keep doing this? Right. So I remember, I saw a picture somebody made of Milwaukee County Stadium where the Brewers played. And it was during a Packers game. The Packers used to play 3 games a year there up until like 1994. And this person did the scoreboard. It was a monochrome scoreboard. And then on the one side, WTMJ, the TV station, had a chronological clock, with the hands. And then, but when that scoreboard was put in at Milwaukee County Stadium, it was a battle. This was back in like the 1980s. So it was a battle with the county board of the cost of this thing and the value and all of this stuff. And it's a monochrome 1985, which was very small at today's standards, Jumbotron. You could do a couple animated things that were programmed in. You couldn't really show like a player. It wasn't that high def. If the movie Major League with that was filmed at Milwaukee County Stadium, that is the scoreboard right there. And anyway, the county supervisors fought over this and all of that. And today, the scoreboard, is $28 million for the scoreboard, and it'll last 10 years. It could last probably, much longer than that, but they'll just replace it with something else. So, but anyway, it's really weird. Yeah, 1 trillion is 10 billion. So I look at these, and I think it is it's become abstract, and then people don't worry about it anymore because it does. They can't, now it's 1.4 quadzillion. People like, what, they can't associate things with that, and that I think has become really dangerous. But again, I'm looking at, the stock market had a horrible so far December, and what moves it forward? Where does the money come from that is going to do things? Oh, like there's $1 trillion or $2 trillion in money markets. Well, people are using that to live off of it. I don't know if people are going to put it in the market. Plus, the Fed just printed 1.7 trillion. Congress did. So it's already inflated away. Yeah, I think what would need to happen is the 2024 election or the Ukraine to be a truce or just be over. Now, just imagine this. Imagine if suddenly in January, the vice president becomes the president, because let's say there's, just health, right, with the president. Where do you think the stock market would be then? Where do you think the housing market, the supply chain? What if you woke up on January 8th and that was the news that morning? Holy smokes. I mean, has anybody thought that one step down? So I'm just like, we're not in a really sound place now, I think, for these. Like I said, I think the market's going to go down, um, another 20-30%. And I don't know if it's going to drive up as much. We're getting to this weird point too. The stock market used to be really powered by banks, and banks now are kind of becoming opposition for the central governments, right? Who want to do their digital currency. You don't really need a bank after that. Um, you know, Meaning you're not going to your hometown banks and this other stuff. I mean, it's all going to your banking is going to be an app, and um, it'll be a central Fed type banking. I mean, so I don't see where this big rush in to help. Um, this money is going to be flowing in. That all these great things, and these companies are getting ESG. They're charged ESG taxes now in Europe starting January 1st. So if you're a company that is manufacturing, right, you're going to get that hit. Eventually, you're going to see that across the stock market. You're going to own a stock. It's going to have an ESG score. You might have people, trying to get on a board of a stock and flip it to be more ESG friendly. But that also means then it could be less profitable, or it could go out of business. Or so, they call them activist board member elections or whatever it is, activist board members. But I think Exxon is dealing with that. But it's pretty crazy. Really crazy to I don't know. But yeah, the whole thing is just nuts. So, if you own a mutual fund, right? If you're 401k, that's going to have an ESG. And then those are all going to want the good ESG scores. So they're going to end up, shifting to these companies, and maybe a good company, right, is going to, but because they have a carbon footprint, right? Company that makes, aluminum frames for whatever, they're going to have a harder time of it, right? And so, yeah, I mean, if you're making charcoal briquettes, you're in big trouble. But and then you're going to have these companies that will have to buy ESG credits so their scores don't show up as bad. So maybe like a car manufacturing, company, or, a grill, or, company that's making appliances or something like that. So you're going to have all of these weird things happening. But as far as like your retirement portfolio, I think all those are going to start to shift over to these ESG higher rated things, because companies will, and they'll say 8 out of 10 of our offerings for employees are ESG friendly mutual funds. It's happening in Europe now. It will happen here in the next year. So, like I said, you can own something that might be a terrific, valuable company with a barrier to entry, energy company, let's say. And if they don't have a certain percentage of solar and wind by whatever date, then, they're gone, even though they might have a very high efficient natural gas, or, whatever. But, so it's really freaky. But I point that out, and then, you kind of get this, well, nobody knows. And, if we look at 10 years, the 10 years thing, I don't like when, because then I'm like, well, look at the whole thing. Like, shouldn't we have another Great Depression then? Right. Because it seemed to be 90 years ago. So, but both mutual funds, a mob, they buy together. So, yeah, mutual funds are really inefficient too. And so again, I think people get trapped into these really bad options for work, right? I mean, like if you're taking a 401k, if your employer is matching and to a certain percentage, well, that's good. Yeah, that's helpful. But you only get typically in your 401k plan the options that they provide. You can't go outside and buy a security, right? You can't buy a fund that you've, you know, watched and that you like. And you're like, I wish I could put, $100 a paycheck into this fund or whatever, but it's not part of like what your employer offers. Um, so some of that stuff is, bad. Like if I had one 401k I was in, and my God, the fees were crazy what they took off of that. And again, they're taking fees whether it's up or down, but you know, everything had a fee to it. Oh, you're going to switch funds, a switch funds fee. I thought I got to do that free twice a year. I don't know, man. So, um, so Bolo's like, be a star. That's why I put that down. Um, yeah, I don't know. Let me know if I'm wrong. Let me know, but I don't think I am. I think the stock, I'm not going to say stock market is the economy, but I don't think the economy is going to get better until the election of 2024, the presidential election, I think has a chance to change the economy, but it also has a chance to cement 4 years, I think, of stagnant to diminishing economy, especially with automation and, um, like Japan, it has 30 years of a stagnant economy, and they just raised their interest rates significantly in their central bank. Not to they're less than what the U.S. is, but for them, like to make a move was really big. So let's do a weather update here. How's the weather? Everything is all stormy here. High winds, blizzard. All right, we're now at minus 20. Minus 20. Humidity's dropped back down to 69%. It was 71. Still high, so the front hasn't come through yet. Winds at 24 miles per hour, sustained, gusting into 30s. So we're starting to push through. We will have 24 hours of 40 to 50 mile an hour sustained winds, which will be like being inside of a Christmas globe that is shaken by Bolo. You're not going to be out driving. Visibility, things are going to be very slippery. Semis, all of that stuff, they'll be blown off the road with this. So, yeah. And then, it'll just kind of end and be really cold. But 2 weeks from now, we're going to be in the 40s. So, then we're in January. Usually, we still get a patch or two of a couple of weeks of near zero. But yeah, let's see here. I'm quietly expecting a Kerrigan event. What is a Kerrigan event? What is that? Carrington event. The Carrington event was the most intense geomagnetic storm in recorded history, peaking from September 1 to September 2, 1859. Whoa! Is that the one that burned the telegraph lines, cooked them? So, wow. Wow. If it happened today, it could cause an internet apocalypse, sending large numbers of people and businesses offline. Yeah, we never think about that. So I do a case study. Thanks, Bolo, for bringing that up. I do a case study with my aspiring school leaders, right? And I always do blackout power outage because one, no one gets killed. And because most people are like, well, we'll do an active shooter one. I'm like, okay, but let's do something else. And I just said, there's a probability on this, right? Your systems could be down, but it could be weather. It could be you're hacked, right? Your grid is hacked. It could be this, like a solar flare, Carrington event. I'm like, I think going forward, you're probably more likely that your power's out. And how are you going to respond to that? Who are you going to communicate with? And, we go through that whole thing. So I actually had a district that wanted to hire me for 2 days, in 2 different weeks. And I would come in and teach them how to do this and run them through a tabletop. And I was interested in doing that, but it just did. It took, like, it would have carve away time that's scheduled in consulting. And while I do this, I don't do a lot of that stuff. And so I got to get back to him and tell him I won't do it. I would do something like that in summer if they want me to come in, but um, I can't. The consulting, once you kind of put that together, you can't mess with that. Oh my God, was just out on a patio, a tad chilly for boxers and a t-shirt. Sassed. Man, I'm telling you, I love the hot weather. And I do get a lot of ads for the villages. I know you've said there's reasons to not consider the villages. I know. But I've got to say, it looks pretty good to me. So I did contact the villages, actually, and I asked, how do I come down there and see what it's like? And they got back to me right away. And I forget, there's this thing, you can stay there for 5 or 7 days. And then they give you a go-kart, which would be pretty damn cool. A golf cart. There's like a whole like perk package they put together for you. But part of it is like you got to also look at a couple places, and you're paying there to stay down there. But part of the deal is, they do their pitch. But I don't know. I'm very interested in at least going down. Like, I mean, there's parts of it that wouldn't be my thing. I'm not going to square dance, and would I golf? Yeah, like a lot of golf, and just warm weather. Like those are two of the big things for me. But anyway, birch bark, flint, and steel. Let's peel a little birch bark tonight. So, solar flare EMP. That would be bad news. Yeah, that would be bad. So when I throw people into the blackout, it could be that, it could be sabotage at your power station. Like that wasn't even on people's minds when I did that case study. Or a hack, right? Computer hack, software hack. So, but I like that. People like that too. They have a really good case study. Not if, when. You're right. Yeah. It's kind of interesting if you think, I don't know if it's really interesting, but like where I live, where all of us live, like at some time there's probably been like a tornado or something that's just gone through there. So like at some point, like your property is going to get hit. Just the odds, right? It's probability. We're all living in the Monte Carlo effect. We just don't think it's going to happen. Yosemite eruption, things like that, Mount St. Helens. We don't look at the torus, the big enough circle of the torus. We only look kind of what's right by us. So there are so many retirement communities with golf courses are everywhere. Yeah. And see, like, honestly, that would work for me. So, I know I don't know the downfalls. I don't live there. My neighbor across the road, they had built in one of these retirement communities in Florida. They stayed there for like 5 years in winter, came back up here in summer. They loved it. And then they just also said, yeah, summers are hot down there, but they're like, we just like it down there more than we like it here. So they just sold their place probably 3 or 4 years ago. So, but yeah, and not necessarily like the villages, but I could see a retirement community and have golf club access with a cart. That would totally be me. I would be really happy with that. Don't need a big house, don't need, it's really, kind of weather and is, just what you're describing is really, like I said, it's not a hard sell. Not a hard sell anymore for me. It's not a hard sell also because like, I know people my age who have died, you know, um, you know, uh, one classmate, aggressive cancer, um, pretty good shape too. And so it's like, whoa, like you look and I'm thinking, I bet 2, 3 years ago, that guy was, out golfing or doing something and just thinking, you know, I feel good. Like here's in 20 years I'll be doing this and didn't play out that way. Right. And so, um, yeah. So this is a good point. Sass is saying summers are hot, like in Florida. Winters up north though are cold. It depends on what you can tolerate. Yeah. So this is the argument when I share like with some people who are like, I love the 4 seasons, Wisconsin, all that. And I'll be like, oh, okay, I'm not here to tell you you're wrong. I can tell you how I feel. But then they're like, wouldn't you miss the 4 seasons? No, not at all. And okay, but you'd miss, but the heat would be worse than the snow. I'm like, how do you get that? I'm like, it's literally minus, let me refresh here. Is it still minus 20? Minus 21. It's minus 21 here. And it's icy. I can't walk. I can't get out in a lot of places. And right, it's overcast. We had 12 days in a row where it was overcast. It was on the news. I mean, they make a thing out of it. Oh, like, Wisconsin, you average two sunny days, in December. And I'm like, I just hate that. That's not me. I love it when it's hot and sunny, man. I don't care. Throw me the heat. I honestly. So give me the heat. Give me the heat. Absolutely. So it's my preference. But yeah, what do I do in the cold? Maybe, Sass, you were cold climate at 1.2. I mean, I just don't have interest. I'm not hopping on a snowmobile. I'm not snowshoeing. I'm not skiing. It's just, I have to do everything that I normally would do. Grocery shop, whatever, get gas or whatever. Now it's just, 80 degrees colder and everything is slippery. So, I'm just like, what the hell's the appeal to this? I never liked it when I was young either. So it's not like I turned on winter, but I'm just like, this sucks. I don't like this. Not at all. So, and I'm not active, so it takes me a while to get back in shape once it gets warm. And I should just hibernate, just nice fuzzy blankets and just hibernate, make a little kind of cave, little fort out blankets. I had a friend when we were growing up, like in elementary school, and at his house, his dad had used all these carpet scraps and made like a little den, like a little bear's den. You could like, go in there and stuff is in a room. It was really cool. Still remember that. So, doesn't do well in the heat. So, I love the heat, man. I do. I love hot weather. So, everything kind of just kind of leans that way. The winters though just shut me down. I had a hard time adjusting to this winter because we had 70 degrees up until like November 10th, which was long. Sometimes it's like that, other times it's snows on Halloween. But so then when it got cold and stuff, I'm like, geez, I don't know. I put the bike away, winterize the bike for the year, and then I'm just even like out today, like I'm just kind of like, it's a different land. Like even though I've lived here 20 years, it's a different neighborhood. It's a different oh, here's my concrete, which is like hanging out on the lawn for my concrete. I'm snow blowing off of it and scraping it down. It's 21 degrees below zero. So I don't know. I'm kind of at a loss. I'm at a loss, like why I'm still in a cold weather climate. I got to do something. I gotta get out of here, for a week or two. The nice thing is though, actually, with my California clients for business to like fly out there and to be in person for a week or two, would actually be a viable option. Like I could do that. But I don't know. I got to think about it. So Yuka's saying, living in New Jersey, we've actually got a similar climate to the South, especially Florida with the humidity. But our winters can be really cold. I've lived in New York State too, where 4 to 6 feet of snow overnight is common. Yeah, that would suck. Superior, Wisconsin, where I completed one of my degrees. I think the one in the middle back there, maybe not. But in winter, yeah, you could get 3-4 feet of snow overnight, and they would just kind of like plow the paths on campus. So I would, man, if I lived in Superior Duluth, psychologically that would be really hard. Just because your winter, especially when the lake freezes and stuff, your winter's just long, man. Like we'd go up there on vacation in June, and like people that live there, and they're like, giving the tours or something like that. They're like, yeah, this is great, because a month ago there was still snow. Like, oh my God, it'd be so sad. So anyway, I'll take cold over heat any day. You can always put on more layers. There's only so much you can do to take off the heat. So, all right. Yuke's not into the heat. He's the cold miser. He's not the heat miser. 1500 range opens tomorrow by myself. Very generous World War II vet. What's the temperature going to be, buddy? Billy, where's it? What's the temperature going to be tomorrow for you, Billy? SAST. Electricity costs almost nothing down here compared to Northeast. Most expensive AC electric month was 87. Whoa. Yeah. You're right on, buddy. Don't you have NEE, NextEra Energy, too, which is really efficient? And I don't know if that's your power company, but so yeah. I saw that interest rates are starting to creep up again for fixed investments, which is good. As I'm older, that's kind of my thing, but they start to move today, so I would expect they'll be moving before the end of the year up a little bit. So we're talking, like some of the rates, 5-year notes are about where they were 20 years ago. So I look at things a little bit differently, because I'm like, well, I could roll the dice on this certain set of securities, portfolio, and maybe hit it right for a certain 8% return. Or I could take a 5% certificate of deposit, which I know is there, and then I can do a little more consulting to make up what that other 3% would have been. So it's still 8%. But I'm having to put some more of my time into it, but I'm not having that risk exposure. So 8 degree, 28 pressure, 20, wind 23. Oh my goodness. Yeah, what is Billy bringing out there? So Billy is going out to the range tomorrow. Let's do a weather update here. Still minus 21, 24 mile an hour winds. Humidity 71. This is, yeah, I don't know. It's strange. So what this tells me is it's not losing steam. It's, but it's being pent up. So I would guess the winds will be even stronger tomorrow with what's happening here. So 338, 556, and 757. Whoa. Billy is serious. Duke Energy. Okay. Also like Duke and Southern. But okay, so Duke, you get Duke. So yeah, I don't know what I have a natural gas hot water heater, and then our electric and gas is together. So I don't know, $220 a month. And I heat the house with wood, so the furnace doesn't burn a lot, but it's the other stuff. So not great, but it's not bad. I'm Irish, says Uke. We're bred for the cold and crappy weather, conceived in Ireland, brought to Newfoundland, birthed in New Jersey. So, yeah, 308, maybe 178, 220, 221. No, not 202. Mr. Mom, 220, 221, whatever it takes. All right, that's funny. All right, so what do I have to do tomorrow? Gosh, it's something. Yes, I need like a notepad. I write things down, So I gotta do something. I got the university class. I got to finish that case study. So Florida gets 25% of its power from nukes. Yeah. Personally, I think nuclear energy should be across the nation, but seems like we skipped right over that. So, yeah, wish it was 75%. Yeah, I'm with you. I think the investment in nuclear energy was the way to go. Still is, I believe, the way to go, and would be the bridge to 50 years from now when a solid state battery the size of a ice cream pail could power a car for 400 miles, right? Like we were on that trajectory. Like that just would have happened. But the nuke stuff, just I don't know. That's really weird. 3 Mile Island, Chernobyl, but then Fukushima. I don't know. It's just I don't know if it has if nuclear energy has this really bad, like it's not trustworthy. I just think it's this whole thing of saying it's not renewable, right? So yeah, super efficient. You got it. So yeah, I'm not sure how the media twisted to make the public, it's totally a taboo thing, right? And if you're Southern, that's a energy company right now is proposing nuclear power plants. Like they've been mocked, and they even write about this in their annual report. It's so hard to overcome the media and these groups, these environmental groups. And I'm saying in this case, I think nuclear is a matter of national defense, GDP, security, but yeah. So how was things with Corey Slater? So I'm going to give you an update, Corey. We're in a blizzard. Well, technically, yes, but it's on its way. Meaning they've issued the warning. 21 degrees below zero, 14. No. 24, 20, it was 14. Now it's 21 degrees. Yeah, let me refresh this. I got multiple screens up inside a screen over here. 21 degrees, 71% humidity, 24 mile per hour winds. So the winds will by morning will be between 40 and 50 sustained. And then it will be the snow globe effect because we had a foot of snow today. Be all over, light snow. Fukushima was ready for disaster except a tsunami. The Japanese know how to prepare. against that now. They should build. Yeah. Yeah. This house where I'm at right now, when this was built in 75, it had electric heat. And the thought was that the country was moving to nuclear, right? Like I live close to Madison, Wisconsin, the metro that'd be served by nuclear, we'd be served by nuclear. And so, yeah, it just build it because that's going to be the energy. It never happened, right? So, but that's why this house was constructed that way. I talked to the owner who built the house this summer. I asked him a story. I'm like, why'd you go with that? Because that was everything in the news back in the mid 70s. Everything was going to be nuclear. It would be pennies for your utilities, right? I'm okay. Should hit us. I got a warrant earlier, but not specific threat. So modular thorium is the clean energy future we need. I forget where. So, all right, let me check here. The North Star. It's cold down here, but I don't know. This is a very warm sweatshirt. I don't feel cold. I can tell it's cold, but I mean, I don't really feel cold. So just clicking out of things. Again, let's It's what's happening across the country right now. So I got the blizzard area by me. And this is winter storm. So we're right in the middle. And then, extreme cold here in the southern part of the country. And then this is mild cold, I guess. But this is pretty big. It's pretty big. And this lasts until, at least by us, 6 a.m. Saturday. So tomorrow will really be the wild day because the snow wasn't that big of a thing. It's now the winds and kind of like a derecho type effect, or if they call it derechos. It's raining earlier. So it's 21 below zero here. Internet went down again. Big reason why California shouldn't move to Tennessee. They're probably pumping all that bandwidth over there to Dollywood. So, but that's by Gatlinburg, right? So maybe over to the Titan Stadium. But interesting. Yeah. So it's been raining here for a day now. Think about 35 degrees of just constant rain. Yeah, I'd rather have snow. It's an excuse to bust out the flamethrower. Yeah, it's 35 and rainy. That sucks. Yeah, because then you're like, it's cold, and like if it was snow, I could brush that off when I get into the house or go into a store. But like, if it's raining and soggy the whole time I'm there, that's not cool. I don't want to be soggy while I'm grocery shopping. So I need green apples, by the way. I've been trying to do like 3 green apples a week in the morning because there's a natural caffeine punch with a green apple. And I used to do that maybe like 5 years ago, and it made a difference. Now every day it gets to be a little bit much with like a more of a sour green apple, but like every other day it is kind of just a little jolt. Just notice it paired up with coffee. That's like plugging yourself right into an outlet. So power guys, been on the ball here, nothing to speak of. It's 98. I was assassinated, work in a few hours, got to hit the pines. Merry Christmas to you all good night. Same to you, Sast. Thank you so much for your generosity to bust us over that threshold for the monetization payout. That was cool. I appreciate that, buddy. Appreciate you as a friend. So thanks for being in here tonight. And Yuke is giving Sast one out, and sweet dreams, Sast. So, and guys, started this at 8, and we're going to end it probably now because I need to stoke the burner. I need to get extra wood up there. I'm not I got to kind of like do catnap sleeping. So I like keep checking and stoking wood tonight. So, but this has been good. We are got the blizzard warning here, 21 degrees below zero right now, 24-mile-an-hour winds. Winds will be 40 to 50-mile-an-hours tomorrow. Crazy, 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 crazy. Whoa. Yuka saying cayenne and Keon cinnamon. Yeah, grass-fed better. It'll change your life. Cool. Sleep is for the weak. So yeah. I don't, yeah, I've got to spend time on the burner because the burner has to keep going. This isn't just a typical night. It's 21 degrees below zero right now. So I got to work in the firebox to get the firebox, everything in there. And then I can go up so high. If you go higher, you mess up your air flutes that come in, and then you wake up and your room's all smoke. But tonight gets a little tricky because if the burner gets too hot, the burner, because it's like a nuclear reactor, it starts to get red. And then you're like, oh God, no, that's an issue. I don't really have a good setup to if it starts to go that way, I don't have a great setup to deal with that. So I can cool that room down by opening up sliding doors, and I can get some of the coals out, but my coal bucket isn't really made to well, if the burner goes nuclear, we're in trouble. And we've had some times where it goes at, it doesn't, if you burn it so long without a break, it doesn't dissipate heat it starts to hold the heat because everything around it, the stone wall, is already hot. So yeah, it could be really, I don't think it's going to happen tonight. I think we're going to be fine. So nice to see y'all. Thanks. Well, everybody have this is right unlikely, or I'll do another show before Christmas. This is it. The 26th, we got one, but everybody, have a Merry Christmas. Enjoy yourself. Right. I read a study and it said in 4 hours, a lot of people, that's the most they can take with relatives that they haven't been around for a year, because there's just like too much differences and stuff like that. And so it said 4 hours, people kind of hit their threshold, their saturation for how much holiday festive time they can have. And then, but I do think, yeah, just, be nice, enjoy it, and people, because you never know how long people will be around, and yeah. So yeah, I appreciate all of you. This has been, well, I mean, like I said, I got a show Monday night. We got that one already up, so it's on the bystander effect. I learned quite a bit, and I think you're going to learn some things too, because I'm glad Andrew brought that up as a topic. So yeah, happy holidays for everybody, and for people who don't, happy holidays for those who don't celebrate. Happy Yule, happy Festivus, happy solstice, whatever you celebrate. Yeah, see you next time. Yep. And yeah, I think I'll do a 2022 in review, because there is a lot that happened, with the book, and yeah, kind of starting consulting again, and just, I think that would be, before the end of the year to do that. But I appreciate all of you. Got a great show on deck Monday. I guess, we're waiting for the worst of the blizzard to be here tomorrow, but really a couple days, and then, we should be okay. I think we could be in store losing some power and stuff like that, but I think we're in pretty good shape. So thank you for the thumbs up. Thank you don't forget to subscribe to the channel, hit the ding, ding, ding button. So, Monday when we've got that going on, so School of Airs is out there. It's $8.99 through tomorrow at Barnes and Noble, the audiobook. So, that's out there. It's good. So take care, everybody. And, yeah. All right. So, I'm going to take us out, wishing everybody well. Merry Christmas, Happy New Year. I will actually talk to you, though, on the 26th, day after Christmas. You can tell me all the crazy stuff you got. Oh, my goodness. Still 24 degrees, but now 24-mile-an-hour winds, 23 degrees below zero. Whoa, it's cold. So, all right, take care, everybody.
How were the beans and chili that you had for breakfast?
They were delicious. Thank you for asking. But now I am very gassy.
I'm sorry to hear that. Who let the frogs out? Phew, that stinks very bad. I have to open the window. Oh no, my cap flew off and it was sucked into the engine.
Holy smokes, the engine just cut out. We should use the decide model to help us make the right decision.
Mayday, Mayday. I am declaring a beans and chili emergency. Please advise for landing.
Flight 019er, 2 miles northeast. Turn left at 90. Maintain 4,800 to establish an approach. Engine 5, dispatch. Pockets of fire all around.
As chaos erupts, torrents of conflicting yet urgent messages gush from media outlets. What is the magnitude of the incident, and what should people do to protect themselves? Dr. David P. Perodin teaches you how to prevent mental burnout by observing indicators and building a robust member check network. Reporter James David Dixon of the Detroit News proclaims, "The velocity of information will empower its readers." Drawing on current events, history, interviews, and scholarship, the velocity of information is an education in the way people react and adapt to change in this fast-spinning world. Never has it been more important to sift facts and stories for truth and meaning. There are teachable moments on every page. Buy The Velocity of Information, Human Thinking During Chaotic Times. Available from your favorite bookstore or online retailer.
Describe the odor. Is it like when something electrical is burning? And so on. Ridiculous, right? We don't shift the investigation to the reporter. But that's covertly what the school district thought needed to happen to prevent their investigation scrambling principals from burning out. And as this paragraph smolders, it would be prudent to consider bringing students with disabilities from the sidelines of safety and center them to active roles of detecting and reporting threats. So we had a rather difficult meeting. Upon due diligence of examining the reporting system, I informed the district representative that I could not justify modifications to the existing model, as such changes would make the system less accessible to students. Well, that was a short chit-chat. The district folks believed, or hoped, that the threat input system could be modified and maintained with fidelity. I wasn't in alignment with that hypothesis, and so I was thanked and given notice that our partnership would be over at month's end. Business is business, but in school safety, it's never as simple as that. Hi, everybody. This is the Safety Doc with a face validity check-in here on March 31st, 2020. Bellevue, Washington has started a tool to report stay-home violations. This is from the government website in Bellevue, Washington. So we're going to scroll down here to My Bellevue portal and then to report gatherings. They've made it convenient. There's a map on the right. You can drag a location over here into address, write a description, and then also include photos. This is a practice we've seen in some areas of the country, but it's going to be more prevalent. Look for it in your area, probably in the next week or two.
Holy shit, a ghost.
Ooh.
Do you mind moving out of the way? You're blocking the TV.
Oh, shit. Sorry, man.
It's okay. Thank you.